it's me, Raven. We're not really late to start today, just a little bit. But hello, everybody. I see that we're all chatty. I had to organize my stuff, so I got a snack. So I had to get my things all lined up. I had not read what all you say. All I saw really was that Wahand is upset that the frogs don't love him, and we know that the bot is being heartbroken and giving only bad numbers for love lately. Especially don't trust the bot lately about the numbers. I swear, our poor little robot must have got heartbroken or something somewhere. I don't know what. Don't trust the bot. Okay. Hello. Hi. I see I have a hydrate, a stretch, and a posture check already, so I will do those. Let's hope I don't spill anything today. For months and months, I've been operating with a water bottle with the lid off in a good little corner, and yesterday was the big mess where it went everywhere, and now I'm scared to have the lid off, but that means that I have to waste precious time taking the lid off every time. How dare? Need a sippy cup, apparently. But there you go, just hydrate. And then I'm going to scoot the chair back just a bit from the mic and do a big stretch. Okay. Alright. There's big stretch. Now I feel all tall again, so Mike move and I'm tall. I'm grabbing my snack early. It's like it's here and therefore I want it right now. I want it. But hello. Your eyes still hurt at dawn? Okay, yes, then you should go eat. Go eat well. Hi, SCP-408. I hope you know that because I saw you, I added your entry to our list of stories to read. So we could eventually get around to that. We'll see. Hi, Darkstorm. I'm good. Hi, Q Misty. Hi, nuriakea. Hey, nuriakea, you're here at the start for your thing. We're gonna do another admonition entry. I don't know if we're going in order, if we've missed things or something. Where did this go? But we're doing 8190 today. Wah, wah, wah. So that's what we're gonna be reading, at least. The plan is that we're gonna be reading that. It's the intermission departmentalized. Notional divisions, subverting corporate predation. Funky. So yes, that's the one we're doing right now. But let's get settled in. I hope everybody's doing good. Hi, Andy Bun, also just seeing that. Hi, Devod. I know there was lots of chats, but I'm just seeing these ones, so I'll scroll back. Tsukiyomi, hello. And I scroll, and we said the hello to LeBoink. Hello, LeBoink, you got first. Good job. Hi, Josh. Yes, you gave me the stretches and stuff. I found another salamander today, just chilling with the frogs. Oh my gosh. If you get a picture another time, I want to see it in IRL if you can. I want to see the little salamander friends. I like that. But alright. If we're all settled and ready for some SCPing, then I'm gonna get going. We're gonna start reading. Yes, as I said, it's 8190. Admonition. What did I? Okay, there. Hi, Fet. Get all cozy, and we'll get started. So it starts with a little headliner. It says, Notice from the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, which I guess their acronym would be ETRA, ETTRA, ETRA, Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. I like it. Anyway, this document exists in its unmodified original state as part of an ongoing investigation. So there's implying that it needs editing, and therefore it probably exists at the bottom, all properly put together. Hi, Thrice Candy! Welcome back in. Hello, hello. And then it says, if you would like to request a copy of this record, in brackets ID number 08-8190-24, please complete Form SR01 and submit it for review of the Site 19 Department of Notional Division's current Director of Operations. All very classic bureaucracy bullshits. I appreciate that they're being thorough. And then we have a little ticket. So it looks like we're being another person this time. We're looking at things again through the view of somebody else. I hope we're not a brain in a jar again. I don't want to be AI. I don't want to be AI. And it looks like our name is M like moon, M Norwood. Because we have ticket number. There's like another little thing that looks like a little ticket. Ticket number 9059281, severity low, and submitted by M. Norwood. And then there's our little message that we sent, I guess. And we say, hi, it's Marissa again. Oh, we're Marissa. Just submitting a ticket about that odd ETRA message popping up every time I try to access the documentation for SCP-8190. I'm back. I had to do a reboot. For a second I saw a robot, and I'm like, we're not being a robot again. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Okay. So we're like, hey, I don't know why it keeps giving me that little message. I just want to access the thing. We say, it keeps trying to do this every time I try to access the documentation. Not sure what the issue is. I've been Containment Director of Site 19 for over 20 years, and this is the first time anybody has told me to manually submit an access request, let alone in hard copy. Normally I just assume L5 classification and forget about it, but there is no listed clearance level, and I see no records of an ETRA investigation into this designation on my end. It did just imply that there was a investigation, so why do we not see that there's an investigation? I'm pretty sure I've never heard of a Department of Notional Divisions either. Curious if this is some sort of bug or if I'm just out of the loop, so please send me a SR01 request sheet at your earliest convenience, and check the department directory you have to see if you can get me the contact info for the current head of Notional Divisions. I'm guessing it's some sort of recent internal restructuring. The council has been doing a lot of that lately. If this is in the same timeline as brain jars, yeah, they've been dealing with a lot. Okay, so now we've got SCP-8190, the official, usual, formatting of the new fancy thing where they've got the letters and then the little, workplace hazardous symbol-y things showing all the classes and risk stuffs. All of that. It says SCP-8190, level... hashtag or number sign, and then underneath it says sealed. Containment type. Oh my gosh, no, I've read this and I've said it before. Simulacra. Is my brain full soup? I don't think it's even sturdy enough to be bread right now. Simulacra. There you go. Hola, derpy, hello. Secondary class is radix or radi. I don't know how we want to pronounce the X or not. Disruption level, denied. Risk level, denied. So it won't even show us how risky it is. You don't know how much you've already lifted my spirits. From 1:15 a.m. and half an hour ago I was depressed. But now I feel great to take a Oh, Darkstorm, I'm sorry you're having the troubles like that. And I will say, if you're feeling everything, eat, shower, sleep. If you haven't done one of those recently, that might help. But if you just want to hang out and be focused on a different world, this messed up Foundation world, I'm happy to do that too for you. Just got home from work, gonna do after work care. You got a derpy, lurk or disappear or whatever. Your being here is not required. I love it when anybody's here. I love seeing you guys. But this is why I say I don't take attendance. You don't have to excuse to me why you has to go do things. But I like hearing that you're looking after yourself. So I do like to see those messages just for, oh, you're looking after yourself. Okay, good. All right. So we see that little SCP header with a little bit of information, but it won't even tell us the disruption level or risk level. So here we go. We have another ticket we're submitting. New owner, so we're going weekly paychecks to bi-weekly. Ooh. I hope you know how to, like, restructure for that. Sorry to hear the chaos, but okay. Ooh, thank you for hydrate, Dexter. I love being here, so definitely gonna be lurking. Aw, Dexter. Okay. Daily remind to hydrate. Yes. Oh, I lurk away. Okay, thank you. I hydrated. Soon, I think I need to add like a different setting for hydrate. I recently found that I have hit the max and had to pull back from all of my different redeem options because I put in the ones from Vi's place. Like, apparently you have a max of 50 and I have so many, and I was like, oh, I can just add more and more and more. Nope, no, I can't. It gets mad at you and refuses to let you save things. So I have to go back and like edit the ones I have and be like, choose A, B, or C kind of thing, make this is the, like, I don't know how I'll restructure it, but I'll do it. 14, not terrible, not bad at all. Look at the little dude, not in dumb. Exactly the vibe. Okay, where is it? Right, our second ticket, because we were given access to just the header and then nothing else. It says ticket number 905 9553. Severity moderate. We're like, what in the fuck? And submitted by us, M. Norwood. We say, okay, still haven't received the SRO1 I requested and still cannot access the file for SCP-8190. I confirm there is no clearance restriction, yet I can't seem to bypass this splash screen. Moreover, your response times are abysmal. Need I remind you these tickets have 48-hour windows before they auto-close due to inactivity? Please update it or assign it to someone before then. You have just about 18 hours left. Also, I forgot to include this in my last ticket, but the ACS classifications for the anomaly are currently visible to everyone. That isn't normal, right? Why would Etra lock the contents of the file aside from the classification? It's not really a big deal. There isn't much to learn from it anyway, aside from radix and some other esoteric class, simulacra? ? I had to go look them up, and there was nothing in the classifications guide about the latter. Yeah, I have a feeling they're specifically waiting you out. They're trying to make you give up on it. They don't want to actually give you any information. I don't know what's going on, but they don't want to tell us. I'll listen and go to sleep. Yay! Okay, go eat. Take care. Lurk away till you fall asleep. Thanks, Darkstorm. I hope it does help. Okay, we send another ticket. Ticket number 9060171, severity high, submitted by us. And we say, I've heard from a few colleagues dealing with computer troubles that apparently their tickets have been going unanswered for some time now. Conceptual has been completely without SciNet access for 2 weeks. What gives? Are you guys just that backlogged? Are you making a point about user error or personal accountability? Because people can't Google how to fix their things if their laptops won't connect to the remote network in the first place. Get off your asses and bring some toner cartridges. I know about a dozen printers that need servicing. If there is an issue with our email filters or mailing groups, I want to know, and you can reach me at extension 31843 at any time. Figured Ames, I-A-M-S, all caps. What the hell? Good luck, Raven. Oh no, nuriakea, don't tell me this. No, I'm scared. Okay. Figured Ames would be giving you guys more downtime after the migration, but I guess not. This situation is a fiasco, so whatever you're dealing with must be pretty bad to not even acknowledge we exist. My original ticket has expired, by the way. You probably knew that, but I feel like a good idea to acknowledge it in case... but it felt like a good idea to acknowledge it in case anyone comes down on me about how nothing seems to be functioning like it should. Something's up with our IT guys. I think an SCP got them. Our poor nerds, no. Ooh, there's an image I can click to see in the next one. I'm excited. All right. Next, we send another ticket. Ticket number 906-0564, severity high, submitted by me. Went and spoke to Director Rourke about this communication problem, and he told me to keep a time limit of events and to continue submitting tickets as issues develop. So if you're wondering why I haven't given up yet, it's because I don't have the option. You picked a wrong person to ignore, but they're not. I think IT is properly not well right now, bud. Anyway, we're not getting that. Anyway, don't worry about the SR01. It took me some time, but I managed to dig one up from the archive. Well, good. We haven't needed to use these in 40-odd years. It even has a space for an ink pad stamp. Made me rather nostalgic. I filled out the form and everything, but without knowing where to bring the thing, it's just going to take up space on my desk. It would be great if someone from IT could point me in the right direction. All the directories I can find are outdated. And then our attachments underneath, and we have the image. I click the image, and it says the SR01 piece is real.jpg. Click to enlarge. Well, you got it. I'm clicking. Our paper says request for selected documentation, standard request form 01, facilities requisition of classified information. Classified information can only be used for personal record keeping or supplementation of existing knowledge regarding an anomaly. Complete the following carefully and legibly. Mishandling of sensitive documents and frivolous requests may result in corrective action. Then there's a section that has a header to be completed by the requestee. Brain. What the hell? Okay. Employee name, Dr. Marissa Norwood. That's us. Employee number, I'm not telling you guys that. No, it's us. 19-40823, I think. -7N. Clearance L4. IND code, question mark? No. IND number, not applicable. Department, if applicable. Containment OPS. Or OPS, sorry, brain. The way it was spaced out. To be completed by employees under clearance level 5, which is us. Position, Director of Containment Operations. Sup, Supervisor, Director T. Rourke. Auth required, question mark? No. Signature, if yes. There is none because we don't need the authorization. Secure facility, Site 19, Floor 2, Room number 15B. Document ID number 08-8190-24. Request or required code, I don't know. It says 10. I can't tell if it's 3 or 5. It's tiny, and I have to hold the mouse to keep it in the embiggened phase, so I can't really make it get smaller. Date 05, I think 13/2030. I think she just writes weird threes. And then there's a question mark, approved, and I guess that's where the stamp is supposed to go, but it's all dark. And then at the bottom is, I hereby indicate I am authorized to receive the requested documents and attest that I am seeking this information in good faith, in sound mind and body. It says signature, and then we have a weird little scribble that doesn't look a ton like our name. But anyway, I guess it's ours. And at the very bottom, empty because it's supposed to be the other person's job. To be completed by processing body. It's supposed to say clearance, name, signature, position, department if applicable, and any notes. At the very bottom, it has SR01 authorization request for classified documentation, property of the SCP Foundation, SRQ 17509385889. That was all of it. So many word soups, just reading a giant, very bureaucratic nonsense. But this is SCP. And oh my god, you guys, we finally had a response. It says to M. Norwood at scip.net from Dond. Director A.F. Dond. I don't know. Anyway, at SCIP.net. Oh, I get it. Director A.F. from the Department of Notional Divisions, DOND. Marissa, thank you for your interest in SCP-8190. We have received the required SR-01 form. How did you do that? Thank you for following standard protocol as described within Foundation guidelines. Your request is currently being processed. We will contact you when this is no longer the case. Regards, Director Fritz, Department of Notional Divisions. The way that they say we'll contact you when this is no longer the case sounds a heck of a lot like not we'll contact you when you can, and more of a we'll contact you when we eventually say no. You know? They're making us do this whole rigmarole, this big going around in circles. I think they want us to give up. But okay, we submit another ticket because we're probably confused and don't know how we submit anything to them. But here we go. Ticket number 9061267, severity low, submitted by us. We say, did one of you pop by my office to pick up that SRO1? You guys are the only people I mentioned notional divisions to, but I just got an email last night saying that they received the form. I'm back in my office this morning and it's definitely gone. I know it's a step in the right direction, but I just realized there was no digital copy in the archive. I couldn't make a photocopy because the printer was down, and then I forgot entirely, so ... I might have just used the last SRO1 in Foundation possession. Whoops. Well, that's going to be a problem, me. Why did we do that? So we sent that where we usually send our tickets, but then we also respond to that email to them that we got. So it's an email to Director A.F. Dond from us. Good afternoon, we say. Are you director of the Department of Notional Divisions? Considering that's how they signed the email. Yes, us. We're so stupid. Ugh. Anyway. I can't find you anywhere in our building directory. I saw your entry on the company-wide glossary of departments, but I really don't understand what it is you guys do exactly. The IT department was no help either, although they haven't been much help at all lately, if I'm being honest. Yeah, they literally haven't responded to you. I don't know why you think. Anyway. I would like to update my directories and contact info, as it is required for all departments to do so, yours included. Plus, it makes it easier to communicate with each other. And then we have a little smiley face emoticon. Colon bracket. We say thanks. Dr. Marissa Norwood, Containment Director, Site 19. And when nothing is response, we say in a very quick email back to them again, 3 entry spaces down, and then just lowercase hello and another entry space or 2. So it's just like a floating hello in an email. I think we're dumb. DJ, what are you sorry for? And hi, Gary-san. Sorry, I didn't notice that. What are you sorry for? Finally, we do get a response again. Oh my god. It's Director A.F. Dond again, so I'll skip the 2 from. They say, Marissa, thank you for your patience as we reviewed your documentation. You'll be pleased to hear your request has been authorized in accordance with Foundation guidelines. Hey, I thought they were going to avoid us. What do you know? Hi, Myco Psycho. Welcome in. You like SCP? Well, hell yeah. Get cozy. We're going for it. We're still near the beginning of this extremely long entry, so you will be able to catch up quick. We're being given the runaround trying to get access to this SCP file 8190, but IT department isn't responding when we submit tickets. The thing said to make a paper copy, like physical on paper copy. We didn't make a photocopy of what is probably the very last one of those forms, so oops. But anyway. And then oh, Brian, where did I? And then we got finally an email from somebody saying, hey, thanks for the form. And we're like, we didn't even submit that form. We just said that we don't know where that goes. So we're very confused. Yeah. You've been reading them since. Oh wow. Well, do you know this one? If you do, oh gee, SCP, yeah. Um, I have nuriakea that I usually call upon when I think I have a theory or I'm confused by something. But maybe I can call upon you as well. And do on the grass. I'm old, law. Are you old or are you just very wise about this particular thing and feels old? Neither is bad. Both are good. Okay. So yeah, we've gotten another email response. They said that it's been authorized, and I'm like, goodness, I I didn't think that they'd actually respond to us. But here we go. They said that we have access, I guess. They said, okay, so their request has been authorized. And then note that our department does not choose who is approved or denied. We only act as an intermediary. Oh, okay, interesting. Attached is a photocopy of the approval of your records. Apologize in advance. The document was inadvertently mistaken for refuse. The misunderstanding has been rectified. So somebody threw this document out and then they had to save it. So when I click on the image of this, it's not going to look good. Oh boy. They say, sorry to hear about your technical difficulties. I recommend reaching out to technical support. I'll append their contact into this email for your use. Goodbye, Director Fritz, Department of Notional Divisions. So forget IT, go to technical support. This feels very, they're old school, this group, whatever, or my theory of something's happened. Some SCP has hurt our poor IT department, our poor nerds. So we'll figure it out. You're busy, so it can wait. Oh, no, DJ. I mean, a little bit. My brain is on story, but I hope everything is okay. And I have real reasons to believe you should not say sorry to me. I'm sure that you don't need to apologize to me. Lahunk, I heard we eating fried frows and steel fries salamander. Stop, Lahunk, you little murderess. 2 OCD to read SCP now, though. I'll end up reading all of them, so thanks for reading them for me, Law. Oh, perfect. Hello. Hello, nuriakea. Okay, so I'm going to click this attachment. It's probably going to be all gross because it was in the trash, but we're going to find out. But that also has the extension for Department of Technical Support. It's 81903, so that's a little ominous. 81903. And then the email for them is .inquiry site.net. So there's their email and their phone extension is but sus. Okay, so our scan here, it's all wrinkled. I thought it was gonna be like stained or something, but anyway, here we go. Oh, this isn't the official form. This is her form that they thought was trash. Oh, okay, so someone must have seen the paper on her desk, tossed it in the trash, and then our people saw it. I don't know how they got her paper. It feels a little like this department is a department of fairies or something. I don't know. But anyway, we see the little approved stamp where it was supposed to go. I won't reread everything else I already read of this paper, but we're just going to get to the part where the signatures and stuffs are the very bottom, to be completed by processing body thing. So we have clearance, and it just says, well, it doesn't really fully look like a Y, but it kind of looks like a Y. I don't know why clearance has such a weird thing, but anyway. And then name, Director Emerson Fritz. Interesting. Because the name said AF, but this is starting with an E. I don't know what that's about. Signature, okay. Position, Director of Operations, okay. And then Department, if applicable, Department of Notional Divisions, and notes, it said added to whitelist. Whatever the heck their whitelist is. I'm confused, concerned. But below that, we finally get access granted to the thing. And this time, the formatting of our stuff looks a little bit different. I think it's just like they're filling in from the stuff before. You know, it had the other stuff already up. So the classifications were already up, but now it's a little bit different, and it's weird. There's a little spinning little flowery logo that's doing some funky. Oh, it's inconsistent spinning. Well, that's very weird. Anyway, it's a very fun little logo. The big admonition formatting is always so detailed and artistic, and it's like, why is it organized like this way? What is this little symbol supposed to be about? I'm always like overanalyzing it. It's probably just a little fun little art. I'm probably okay to ignore it. Well, okay. Item number SCP-8190, as usual. Object class, imperative. Hazard level, irrelevant. Whatever the hell that means. Assigned departments, notional divisions, project leads, director. I don't know how to pronounce this. Roedry, Quaid. Assigned site, Site 19. So it's at the same site as us. Research heads, again, Director Roedry Quaid. It's Rory? That's how we should say it? We should just call Rory Quaid? That's not how it's spelled. It's Ruaidhri. Rodri? Maybe it's Rodri. Anyway, we'll call him Rory. We can call him Rory. I'm okay with that. But anyway, then below that, a little bit of a boop boop squirrel. Special Containment Procedures. Site 19's Automated Intelligent Management System, AIMS, AIMS, which we referred to earlier, has tasked the following departments with investigation into SCP-8190 phenomena. So the different departments, there's 4. First is Department of Notional Divisions is assigned to SCP-8190-A. Cool. The Department of Asset Acquisitions and Accountability is assigned to SCP-8190-B. The Department of Cartography is assigned to SCP-8190-C. And finally, the Department of Internal Investigations is assigned to SCP-8190-D. Interesting. Oh, this is funny. Oh, gosh. Sorry. This is going to be silly in a bit. Oh, yes. We should do trigger soon. I will do trigger soon. I'll probably read this one chunk rectangle, and then we'll do it. So those are our peoples. The Department of Notional Divisions has assigned itself a top priority directive, which is identifying and understanding the nature of SCP-8190 Prime. And then there's a little footnote. And it says in some of the text that implies something's wrong and all tricky. Or maybe it's just the computer responses. The footnote says, in square brackets, robot-y text, all caps, query, denied. So it's got a footnote just to tell us, no, actually. Thanks. All right. Then it says, no further actions or guidance will be provided. Information that may be of use to the administration must be immediately relinquished to the project's directing body. What? The individuals providing this information are to submit for involuntary amnesticization before returning to normal duties. It's getting spookier and spookier. Underneath that, there's a bit of a space, and it says, the following departments have restricted or modified access credentials for SCP-8190 and all related documentation. So first up is Department of Tactical Theology in the department column, and then in the status column of this little table it says recused. How does one submit to involuntary procedure? If you don't submit, you get got, you get gone, I think is what they mean. if while we're forcing you, you put up too much of a fight, well, then you're done, is what I think that they're saying. But I don't know. Department of Technical Theology is recused. So I guess they're no longer involved, maybe? Department of Procurement and Liquidation, also recused. Department of Cartography, limited. Decommissioning Department, I think this is funny. It says that they're decommissioned. Well, first it says under investigation, but then it's crossed out. And then it says decommissioned. Bureaucracy, yeah. Department of Logistics, recused. RAISA Department, RAISA, RAISA Department, limited. Department of Miscommunications, recused. There's a department for the miscommunications. Department of Non-Existence, limited. Department of Internal Investigation. Evil yawn attack, my goodness, sorry. Department of Internal Investigations is limited. Department of Deletions, and this is another silly, goofy thing that they did. It says under inv, and then it's some like redacted blocks, but they're all inconsistent. They're not like, it's not one straight line where it's like clearly blocking out different letters or numbers, but it's like a little block that's covering the underline, a little block that's covering the top half of the letter, the little line down, and then more up at the top. Yeah, the black boxes, they're not like normal redacted strikes. They're just weird little arty goofy thing. So it says under inv, and then the little geometric moment, Gation. Very weird. Links to SCP-6183. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, I clicked it. I didn't mean to click it, but I did. It's gonna be a second. Intermission. Black box. So it's another SCP admonition story. Okay. Anyways, then we have Temporal Anomalies Department is recused. Department of Municipalities, limited. Department of Asset Acquisitions and Accountability, limited. And finally, Department of Notional Divisions, passive art out. I'm not exactly sure what that word even is. It's all one word, and it's PASSEPARTOUT. I would have read it as like, it means master key. Oh. Ooh. It would make sense. They're the one in charge of all of this. They have the master key. Makes sense. Makes sense. And then underneath is a little jut back to the form, I guess. Text, it's like it's a bit different. It feels weird. It feels like back to the form where it wasn't even telling us anything. It has the same pattern that was behind that text, and it's different now that we've been given access, so it's a bit funny. But it says, this information is subject to change on a regular basis and thus may or may not be accurate at this time. If you and/or your department would like to access this file, please complete Form SRO1 and submit it to the current head of Department of Notional Divisions. Isn't that what we already did? And didn't the very first version of this say that they were showing us the original version of this? What do you mean it's subject to regular change? Well, I guess it is updated based on the different departments, but like, what happened to the thing saying that this is what it originally is like? I don't get it. Then there's a break, and then there's the description chunk of text. Oh, that's funny. And so I think we will break now for some redeems, but we'll pick back up with the description box. Only more questions so far from this goofiness. So many questions. Okay, we're gonna start with dice and then glass jar taps. And if you have any other redeems, we'll do those. Thank you for those redeems, nuriakea and cinematics. We're just transitioning over to that. Boop, boop. And comb twang. Ooh, comb twangs. Ooh. Okay. Let's go with the dice. I'm gonna move the mic and start doing that. Here we go. Now that I'm not reading. Oh, yes. What's up, JJ? I want to get. No fun numbers on the D20. Darn. Okay. Oh. Nope, don't escape, dice. Oh, that was close. I almost lost one to the floor. Ooh, thanks for stretch. Vi lost a rat. What do you mean Vi lost a rat? What the heck? What the heck? What do you mean? Oh no! Who says that's Vi's rat? You know, that was your rat. That was a free Roman rat, maybe. But that's no fun to find. Ugh. You put a picture of it in the Discord? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I want to look at dead things in our Discord. But that is no fun. I'm sorry. On the one hand, it means that they said rat probably won't go eating things, but yeah. I will remove it. Yeah, I think that might be best. Unless you want to like blur things, I don't know. Just maybe a tough one for other people to see in the Discord. But there we go with our dice. Sorry I had to deal with dead rat today then. Oh. The glass jar tappies is next. Let's do that. Oh, gone. Okay, sounds good. Glass jar tappies. Wait. I don't know how to blur stuff. Yeah, you'd have to put it in like one of the the various apps for that. And edit. We don't need to do that, you know. This is efforts. I don't know. Or maybe you could ask Fet for instruction. I don't know. I'm gonna do tappies, and then I'll do stretch and posture and the those. Thank you right before we start up stories again. Oh my god. Glass jar and then comb. Alright, comb twing and then singing bowl. Let's go with that. Comb twing. Here we go. And there's our comb twinging. Singing bowl time. And now I know with this mic I need to make it a bit quieter for the singing bowl to be okay. So I'm gonna turn down a little bit. Turn down for what? Turn down for the singing bowl. Okay. Let's start comb twing singing bowl. Here we go. There was our singing bowl. Boop, boop, boop. Now you can hear me better. There was our singing bowl. We will move right along. The bowl of singing. Yes, that it is. Okay, I'll do a stretch and posture and hydrate before we go back to story if there's no other redeems. You have a moment while I'm doing the stretching and such. So be quick. Here we go. Always get good back cracks. Okay. I can feel there's one that I need to pop or something. There's something wrong with my butt. Okay, well, close enough. You just wanted to drop in and say you're having steak for dinner and you know you're late. You're not late. I don't keep attendance. But enjoy your meat. Enjoy. Frigid meat wad. I feel that is fitting in a way. Okay. If that's all our redeems, then I'll be moving right along back to SCPs. What? There you go. Okay. There. All right. We're back in. We're going to jump in for the description now. I hope y'all are ready. Description. SCP-8190 is the collective designation for a number of bureaucrat hazards. Oh my gosh, I hate this fake word. Bureaucratohazardous, sure, effects potentially impacting all systems of administrative management within Site 19's employee hierarchy and core functions. Oh, yay. Oh no, I'm meeting my fellow meaty wads. I blame Lahonk. Referring to yourself as a fellow meaty wad. I hate it. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I would blame Lahonk with the cannibalism. Little dude. I'm gonna open my iced tea. Rat giggles. Okay, well, I'm gonna read my what is bound to be only worse word salad than yesterday's story. Because if this is just a bureaucratohazardous, that's what we decided we'd pronounce it as. Bureaucratohazardous. Doesn't sound like one word, and I hate that. But anyway, if that's what this SCP is, we're just going to be talking about paperwork all stream. So fun. Yay. That is sarcasm. But okay, we'll see how it messes with the foundation. And you know what? I'm here for it. If we ruin the foundation, I'm on board probably. But okay. SCP-8190 appears to correlate directly with certain sections of the Foundation Employee Handbook, First Edition, from which the rise of related semiohazardous qualities, not semi-hazardous, semiohazardous, that's brain, there you go, semiohazardous qualities, were first noted, having spontaneously manifested around Class C personnel and employee of interest James A. Harkness, also referred to as POI 8190. Semiohazards relate to the semiosphere. Yes. My brain didn't recognize it at first. That's why I was like, what? But then semio kind of. Anyway, my brain. So much of this is like the processing of seeing it in letters versus hearing it as sounds isn't always connected with especially SCP fake words. So it takes me a minute. Semi-Charizards? Semi-Charizards? I wanted. Okay. Interesting that James A. Harkness is Person of Interest 8190, and we have ABCD sections of 8190, and technical support is called 81903. Like, everything feels... I feel like this is very much already taken over, this SCP. You know, it says it's a collective designation for a number of effects. I think it's like, at this point, it is the Foundation bureaucracy. It is the Foundation bureaucracy. But okay. One physical copy, of the first edition handbook is still in existence, and I do have a photo of it here that will describe it. Held in a locked glass display case located within the Site 19 atrium. So we, our weird Marissa self in this, format, we could go find it. Featuring a commemorative plaque celebrating the Foundation's progress as an organization dedicated to the maintenance of the Veil. At time of the handbook's printing, Foundation collective infrastructure represented about 0.4% of what it does today. So, damn, it was much smaller. With employees stationed at less than 20 secure facilities worldwide. So I guess that there's a shit ton of facilities now. Hey, Wolf, it's going all right. I'm tripping over words plenty because it's a bunch of word salad, but I'll get there. I'll just say the word 5 times and then finally stumble upon the real pronunciation and then go one too far and say it wrong again. You know me. But okay, so here's a photo of the Foundation Handbook. Underneath it says instance of the first edition handbook. We've got a very dark background. It looks like the flash is on. I don't know why they're holding this book in the dark for this photo, but okay. Looks like somebody's holding it with a pale hand holding it. And the book looks to be like a pretty old hardcover book. It's not too different from my little World War I poetry book, where it's got the dark green kind of classic old hardcover paper. That's like parchment cover. It's got the Foundation logo on it, and then it doesn't sound the Foundation or handbook. It just says Foundation as the title, which is interesting. So it's a fun little thing. Continuing the description section, it says, following the development of novel detection systems for anomalous phenomena, the remaining handbook was analyzed, revealing larger than average Akiva radiation emissions. No other anomalous properties have been detected, and Akiva radiation levels have not changed since initial measurements were taken. So, for whatever reason, our little handbook was covered in Akiva radiation. Nothing else has changed, nothing else has seemed wrong, but something's going on. Although Foundation records indicate POI 8190, can we just call him James? I was going to say Jack Harkness because that's my Harkness. But anyway, James Harkness. Records indicate Harkness was employed by the organization for almost 3 decades. We have a footnote here. Plurality of which was spent. Why not just say most or all? Why plurality of which? Okay. Spent from within network security, other infotech-related departments, and in brief stints as interim staff, owed in part to a notably high cognitive resistance threshold. Well, good for him. Specific details regarding his employment history are missing from the database. This discrepancy was not detected until his recovery. What do you mean his recovery? Which prompted an internal investigation into the Ames census system that was ultimately futile. Footnote here. The Ames census system is a handshake-based confirmation network used to prevent data loss and manipulation by forcing revisions to archives that do not match the rest of the network. Established in 2025. Recovered materials and post-action interviews with Harkness implied that SCP-8190 primarily impacts the original code of employee conduct, though more recent evidence suggests the entirety of the guidebook may be susceptible. Affected individuals are unable to deviate from the guidelines discussed in relevant sections and will experience retroactive changes in reality that ensure this is the case. In the rare event such retroactive changes are not possible, affected employees will vanish. A facsimile construct filling the role of the lost employee shortly thereafter. Constructs are capable of emulating human behavior and completing most duties required. Which implies that they're like, oh, well, a construct's here. This is probably a problem. It's an SCP thing. Nah, let it do the work for us. You know what? You're right. It just shows what they, like, that they know this. They went ahead with, okay, go do your job. Anyway. Other impacted statements or sentiments include the necessity of coffee in the break room, certain members of the administration being unable to close the doors to their office. Get it? My door's always open, and the spontaneous appearance of employee group photos despite none being taken. Like, college leaflets where they've got everybody in the quad, like nobody's actually there taking photos and being like the perfect photo finish, perfect diversity group in the in the place, but there's still the photos there. Is that what they're kind of saying? Oh, silly. Okay, then we have below here, I guess, is an excerpt, the Foundation Employee Handbook, first edition. I'm excited because there's a cute little thing here that looks like a copy of a certain other thing we'll get to when we get there. It says Employee Guidelines, the basics. On your first day as Foundation personnel, it's important that you familiarize yourself with the way our organization is, well, organized. Everything from contacting your superior to ordering tests, performing said tests, and disposing of waste materials. They all have procedures to follow. Not only that, but they all have hardworking people just like yourself behind the scenes. It is integral that we all do our part, and that includes knowing when to pass the baton on to the next person. This keeps your secure site moving smoothly like a well-oiled machine. The Foundation employee axioms are an effective means to remind everyone of the roles they play in our workplace, with hope that the Founder's guiding light shines through us even in the dark. With weird, all caps the Founders, and even weirder Foundation employee axioms text. Just weird format change in the middle of them. Ah! Insane Guy 0892, welcome in. Thank you, thank you. I'll get some dances going. Get some frog butt. Take that. Take some frog butt. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi! Get cozy. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so even in the dark, and then it says colon here. So these, I guess, are the Foundation employee axioms. There's quite a few. So first we have all employees have purpose. They are the foundation of the foundation. Then all employees report from an assigned secure facility. Then each secure facility has a site director. Then each department has a director of operations. Then every on-site employee is assigned to a department, or assigned a department. Then every employee has a voice and a right to be heard. And there's a little footnote here, and it says replaced in second edition with every employee has a right to an appeals process before being completely removed in fourth edition, aka the Foundation has decided their employees do not have a voice and do not have a right to be heard. They only had for a brief time those things, and then even longer, but also a thing, a right to an appeals process, but they don't even have an appeals process right anymore either. It's very much do what you're told. I hate the Foundation. I hate the Foundation. I hate the Foundation. Anyway, last two are every employee does their part, allowing others to do the same. And finally, employees will behave in a manner becoming of them, or they will be replaced with they will be replaced underlined. This is not a link. This is a you will be replaced threat already in there. They still have a right to have a voice, but they will be replaced if they don't do as needed. Wow. Completely new SCP entry, not yesterday's story, but they are both in the SCP Admonition series, so kind of relevant. DJ, why'd you slap yourself? Divad, why'd you slap yourself? Why did you bonk yourself? What is going on, you guys? And you rolled a 12. Not too far off from your 14 guess. Not bad. The 51% Riz. It could have been worse. Sorry, yawns. Oof. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Stop bonking yourselves. Gosh, you guys, stop being violent on yourselves. DJ Divad, stop. Goodness. But here we go. Here's the last little bit that I think is getting to the funniest bit. At the bottom of this little excerpt. Now, you might be thinking, this is great, but how do I clock out for lunch? Luckily, we're covering our punch clock system in the next section, ... So silly. No, DJ, stop. Why are you guys being violent? You don't deserve a bonk. Why do you think you... Stop that. Just be cozy. You deserve a cozy time. Get comfy. No need to be mean. Whoa. What the heck was that? What was the vanish? How do you... Stop that anyway. Stop doing this. Stop being mean to yourselves, please. But now we have this dumb little thing. You look like a rip-off of Miss Minutes. It says at the bottom in its own little rectangle with a little doodle at the bottom right corner, a little SCP, triangular circle-y thing that they always have, but it has a little hand with a white glove and a little pink bow and a little eye with an eyebrow and a smile. Like it's very basic little face. And it says, "Did you know?" And underneath, look for Sammy Skipper to find helpful tips and information throughout this book. Sammy knows more than you might think. That sounds threatening, Sammy. Get away from me. But anyway, that's the end of that little excerpt, as threatening as it is. And insightful. You learned it from a different stream. Well, it's cool. I thought for some reason it was like you would hurt yourself with that. Like I don't know what was going on. Stream Elements was mean at you. And I'm like, what just happened? And it was just a silly little DJ vanishes in a puff of smoke, but just for 1 second. It's so silly. It's cool. Okay, so we've learned how the handbook used to be, how they used to at least feign nice stuff. Deletes all of your chats? All of them ever? Oh my gosh. Whoa. Why? Okay. I wonder if they still have access to look back at it later, though. Like, that sounds like... I don't know. Sounds like a bad thing, but I don't know. Okay, so we get back in. We're not in the excerpts. We're back to the file, I think. Yep, and we're talking again about SCP-8190 properly. The breadth of SCP-8190's effect, the status of Harkness, POI 8190, and subsequently any other hypothetically affected employees were ultimately lost for an indeterminate amount of time. What the hell does that mean? POI 8190 was discovered accidentally, found working with SCP-8190-A, who's that? Some 14 years after the last time his ID badge had been used. I'm going to just say Harkness when they keep saying POI. It's just easier to say Harkness. Harkness was not outwardly aged during this time, even though it was 14 years later. Aged during this time inside the anomaly, which was discovered by Notional Division's agents during a routine structural analysis of Site-19. SCP-8190-A is an extra-dimensional space resembling a rectangular borehole located beneath the substructure of Site-19. Oh my gosh. Access to SCP-8190-A is only possible when passing through the floor of the Site-19 atrium and adjacent rooms, which lead to a sheer drop with bare concrete walls roughly 150 meters in depth. A nondescript staircase then can be found along the outer perimeter, with each landing containing an identical corner office along its descent. This office is designated the Department of Redundancy Department. At the time of discovery, Harkness was observed staffing the office on all floors. How did he manage to be at all of them? I don't know. So we have now a little image, and its caption, it says, substructural ground penetrating radar model of SCP-8190-A. And this would be the big sheer 150-meter drop, as well as all of the staircase and corner offices things. Let me check something. 150 meters in stories. Yes, thank you. Do the conversion. So it's roughly a 15-story thing. So there's 15 floors and about 4 offices. I don't know if it's 4 floors exactly, but yeah. This could be, based on this, it's not 15 offices. It looks like it's 15 times 4, or maybe 15 times 2. It's 30 to 60 offices, I'm going to say. 30 to 60 of these little corner offices that go down into the ground. And so they look pretty cool. We've got the little ground penetrating radar thing. Raven, get rid of Frigid. No! Stop it. Just you, Lahonk, and Frigid fight as you need. You violent little friends. So I can just imagine taking these long stairs. And these stairs, they look like they're very low angle. Like it looks almost like it could be a ramp instead of stairs. I don't know. And it just goes all the way down around. And it looks like it's pretty, like, wide. Did it say how big the hole was around? No, it just said depth. It didn't say diameter of the drop. But imagine walking for like an airport hallway kind of length where it's real long for whatever reason. And then you get to another little corner office room thing. And then there's Harkness. And then you go down further, another airport office, and there it is again, Harkness. And you just do that 30 to 60 times. God damn. Ooh, okay. Then it says, upon entering the offices, personnel discovered Harkness filing paperwork in an identical fashion at each landing. Despite the conditions, he appeared disinterested and preoccupied, unable to respond or otherwise react to the presence of others between receiving, signing, stamping, and depositing documents. Ooh. Which arrived via pneumatic tube aside his desk and continued downward through the floor. As the personnel descended further down the staircase, the offices were seen growing more recursive, leading to increased travel times, odd variations in layout, and redundant repetition of phrases. Oh, so it does start to get trippy. It does start to get inaccurate. Biblically accurate office building. I kind of like that. I mean, I don't know a lot of office buildings that have a weird low height staircase hallway and where like the central is just a giant hole into the ground, but I think it's more maybe actually, if you consider office building hell, that would feel accurate in the Bible of a description of hell, aka office building. I could see that. I'm imagining it's pretty much, if anybody's watched Disenchantment, the big hole that Bean and Lucy descend, there's the big hole in the center, and then there's this staircase that spirals around. It's like that, except it's instead of a proper spiral and the weird little outposts every very long walk, it's a bit shorter of a tube, and it's square, and it has the corners. So it's interesting. But okay, so the rest of it says that, and then we have a footnote about how it's starting to go weird and have repetition of phrases. The footnote says, doors of the bottom floor were observed to read, I quote, this is a long quote, so bear with me. Department of Redundancy Department, Recursive Division, 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 and then in square brackets, ... So it likely does not end. I don't know if that ... actually was in the sign, or if that is them saying it continues on as such. I want to imagine that that's literally what was printed above the or on the door. That it literally, even the door was like, and it continues. It wasn't just the people writing this up getting tired out. But anyway, at the very end, after the little square bracket, it says, Site 19. End quote. You gotta hold on. It's wait to the end. Site 19. Aha! There you go. Okay. And then it says, upon reaching the bottom, personnel discovered a tessellation of the previously described office staffed by many copies of Harkness. So there's a ton of Harkness, I guess. Properly. Not quite how that's formatted, Pudgy, but I will read it again. Okay, later. So the offices are staffed by a bunch of Harkness instead of one in each office. Now there's office staffed by a bunch of them, all of whom were working on large volumes of similar paperwork in a persistent loop. As the staircase continued downward, I thought that was the bottom. Anyway, footnote says, despite reaching the bottom floor, it was still possible to descend the stairs, suggesting SCP-8190A's extra-dimensional nature was also recursive. Ooh. Okay, so there's no longer a hole underneath, but you could keep going down the stairways, which is weird. Extra-dimensional. Anyway. So, as the staircase continued, weirdly, the matter of space became metastable. Sorry. Brain was like, what? Yeah, metastable. Unable to retain its form as it shifted between a variety of objects and structures upon contact. So basically, just don't go down the stairs. Personnel were not able to safely proceed further into the anomaly, at this point, and were recalled, exactly. Further attempts to communicate with Harkness or request an extraction team have not been attempted. It is unknown which Harkness, this time they actually say Harkness instead of POI, it's unknown which Harkness is the original instance, or if an original exists at all, because he could just be dead and these are all clone things. Members of the Department of Notional Divisions are, however, able to observe the infinite recurrence of Harkness and the infinite confluence of paperwork he provides. A hatch is to be installed in Janitorial Supply Room 03A, disguised as a sewer maintenance access panel, in the event further communications or interventions prove necessary. So we need to make some sort of secret way down there, saying it's janitorial sewer maintenance, but it's to go see Harkness clones in the staircase from hell. Underneath, there's a little break, and it picks up with an update that says, upon Foundation acquisition of POI-8190 Harkness, following his escape from SCP-8190A, the space has remained otherwise inactive. So when they say they brought him out, which one was he? Did all of the rest of them stop? How did that work? Each office has been abandoned, and the space itself possesses no further recursive phenomena. Okay, so maybe it's like one of them got pulled out and all of them stopped existing because he got pulled out. And now they actually say his name again. Harkness is to undergo rigorous interrogative. My brain is like, what? How do you... Brain? interrogation stuffs. Interrogative services to determine the extent of his knowledge of SCP-8190's properties. So he is supposed to get all well interrogated. And it looks like this is that. Underneath is Addendum 8190A/1 Interview 1. We've got another kind of spinny, flowery thing. Weird art there. I think that was just a artistic choice. I don't think it particularly has any specific meaning, but it could. It looks like it's more digitized, teeny tiny pixels this time, so maybe. And then it says Donned, or D-O-N-D, Donned archival transcript, null. Null in a separate little font at the bottom. Location, Site 19, Briefing Room 8A. Parties present. Director Rodri, I don't know, Quaid. Site 19, Department of Notional Divisions. And Class C personnel James Anselm Harkness, in brackets POI 8190. So he used to be something else, now he's Class C. I don't know what Class C is exactly, but he used to be properly one of the normal Foundation workers, if I remember. Right? He worked there for 30 years. I can't imagine they meant he was a Class D or something working there. And here we go, beginning transcript. After this transcript, we'll break for more redeems. But here we go. POI 8190, I'll refer to as just Harkness from here on out, is escorted into a briefing area on the 8th floor of the facility. He takes a seat at the central table. A dense stack of papers is seen atop the surface before him, struggling to escape an overfilled manila folder. I'm sorry, the papers are trying to escape the folder? What? The man averts his eyes from the stationery, visibly uncomfortable. Director Quaid enters shortly thereafter, taking the seat opposite after exchanging minimal pleasantries. Director Quaid: well, you certainly seem a bit worse for wear. I'll make this quick so we can get you settled back into Foundation living. Sound good? Harkness is silent, thoughts elsewhere. Director Quaid opens the manila folder, now in his lap, and begins flipping through the documents inside. Quaid: my word, you have been gone a while. You know, I think you look pretty all right for someone who hasn't eaten in nearly 15 years. Harkness stares at his company with dark circles under his eyes. He continues to say nothing. Quaid: well, banter aside, we should focus on getting you back to where you belong. Harkness: right. About that. Quaid: what, you'd rather go back downstairs? It can be arranged. Harkness: actually, could I go back to testing kill hazards on myself? That was more my speed. A pause, followed by the creaking of a chair as Director Quaid leans forward. Quaid: testing kill hazards on yourself? Is that some sort of offbeat joke? It's one or the other, Mr. Harkness, back in the borehole or back in a cubicle. And I'm a little confused. Is testing kill hazards a normal job at SCP stuffs? It feels like a normal job that he might have actually worked. I can't tell. Did you used to do that, Harkness? Was that really your job? Anyway, Director Quaid leans back against the chair. Harkness, they actually say his name. It's interesting how they keep going back and forth on whether they want to refer to him as POI or Harkness. I feel like getting meta here, out of the story. I feel like the author stumbled a bit, and I don't know if that's intentional or not, if it's supposed to be a hint that we care about Harkness, or if they're just failing to do the formatting that the Foundation is supposed to have. It's supposed to be very impersonal. You're supposed to call him POI from here on out. Anyway. Director Quaid leans back against his chair. Harkness is heard sighing. Silence for 5 seconds. Quaid: well? Harkness: I'm thinking. Quaid: What is there to think about? I mean, let's be pragmatic about this, all right? You are good at the jobs you had. Well, most of them. We should be able to find something related to your strengths. The need for personnel in many positions adjacent to your degree has decreased drastically since the migration to Ames, a likely no-go there. Not sure how I feel about putting you back into conceptual studies. I hear you dissolved a person in weird, oh, it's a link, blocks. Harkness says, that was an accident. Quaid, reading. You claim to have been briefly involved in the Metaphysical Sciences Department as a liaison for... trailing off. What is this exactly? Harkness. The Narrativistics Division. I held a seminar a ways back about it. I'd elaborate, but I'm pretty sure I'd just confuse us both anyway, so I guess I'd simply insist you ask my author. This evokes no response from Director Quaid, and Harkness looks around the room, briefly disoriented, having heard his voice speaking without command of his mouth. So whoever wrote this, getting meta again, had a little moment where they were like, yeah, if Quaid is confused, they should ask me, the author. And then then poor Harkness is like, wait, did I say that? This feels wrong. Hi, Slow Yawn. Welcome in. But that's a funny little moment. Quaid says, I've never heard of narrativistics, and I can't send you to metaphysical if you have no relevant experience. Harkness says, no openings anywhere then? Shame. Really, huge shame. Maybe we try again tomorrow? Quaid says, and where would you be spending the evening? Employee guidelines state you must be on assignment to receive housing accommodations. Seems to me that the best course of action is to return you to one of your older positions with the Foundation. Looks like you could resume your clerical duties as grant requisitions clerk of the Department of Macro Engineering and Design. What do you say? Harkness says, I have no idea what that is. I don't even think that's a real department name. I was a network systems engineer in the IT department. But we already know, you and me, listener, that the IT department is crumbling away or something's very wrong, so I don't know what happened there. Harkness says, I can't imagine any of my old jobs are just waiting for me if the only one you could find is one I never had. Silence. Director Quaid smiles and closes the folder, returning it to the table's surface. Quaid says, very perceptive, Mr. Harkness, and prudent that you'd point out such a discrepancy. Tell me. The director hands Harkness a business card. Harkness studies the custom lettering before turning it over in his hand. Quaid says, do you know what I do for a living? Harkness says, well, you ... work for money? Harkness, you're interesting. Quaid says, no. Yes, very broadly, that is what happens, but specifically. Harkness, easy. You're a departmental director, so you direct the reading card again. Department of Notational Divisions, right? I'm guessing it's something math-related? Been silently lurking since work, but I'm finally here. Oh, yay! And DJ, you gotta go get food, but you'll be back. Okie doke, you got it, DJ. Sub in, sub out. DJ, Cage, go. It's kind of cute. Anyway, okay, I focus. Quaid says Department of Notional Divisions. So not notational, notional. Notional divisions, not math, biology. You know about biology, yes? Harkness says, I have a degree in software engineering and minored in film. What do you think? I am the wrong kind of nerd. Quaid says, got it. See, Quaid is like picking up on that. Oh, yeah, okay, fair. See, in a complex ecological system, survival of the fittest is rule 0 of natural order. Humans were eaten until they ate. They beat and killed one another for a parcel of verdant paradise or the minerals beneath their feet. Territory, resources, security, competition. The same behavior applies to a herd, to a community, even a workplace. Quaid, what the hell are you saying? Oh my gosh, I'm getting concerned. So that's a no. Yeah, it's a no. It's a. I know that that's a word and a thing. You're gonna have to walk me through it, bud. Which I thoroughly I connect to. I'm not exactly anti-biology, but kind of anti-biology. I'm here for the forest and I enjoy that, but I am not here for the medical guys. What the fuck do you mean? Okay. So even a workplace. Harkness says, just, period. Quaid says, bear with me now. See, the thing is, Mother Nature doesn't play fair. Hardly ever do two groups start on equal playing fields. Most are stuck in the situations they've been given, but there are a few imitators that adapt to their environment, move undetected within it, and learn to play the game well enough to skim off the backs of bigger business. Apex predators of corporate espionage. Catch my drift? Harkness says, so the Department of Notional Divisions finds these imitators. Quaid says, correct. Harkness says, and then what? Shuts them down? Reports them to the administration? No. I'm gonna guess we go a bit more violent and concerning based on the intensity of this story. Quaid, we have different procedures for different situations. Yeah, that did not answer. Nothing you'd be too unfamiliar with. Lovely. Harkness says, what about the redundancy department? Quaid says, sorry? Harkness, the Department of Redundancy Department. The foundation of the foundation. Their motto, not mine. Honestly, it feels condescending in retrospect. He has been working for them for 14 years or something in that little hell. All however many 100 versions of him. I know for a fact you guys visited. I recognize the emblem. You took measurements and left. I kept thinking you'd come back. Then 10 years passed, and I'd convinced myself that the only one who cared enough to get me out of there was me. At least I was wrong about that much. Quaid says, I understand your frustration. The organization has many legitimate departments possessing esoteric origins and inexplicable duties. We have to adhere to the same guidance as everyone else, and that means following the order of operations. We can't just boot every weird department we come across. Harkness says, you guys weren't even the ones to get me out of that hole. What was stopping you? Why didn't you tell anyone? Oh. I don't think Dawned is a good team. I think they're a bad team. I think they're the imitators or something. Quaid says, bureaucracy, Mr. Harkness. Good old-fashioned red tape. Harkness, but... And Quaid interrupts. Can we get back on track here? I'm in the process of offering you a new role, if you didn't notice. Harkness, what kind of role? Quaid, I have a feeling you'll be able to complete the functions of this assignment easily, as it aligns with some of your more recent experience. You'd be sitting at your own desk, reading dossiers on departments, and flagging any that seem suspicious. You can send them off for review, internal investigation, or for dismantlement. Take lunch at your own time, breaks, bathroom use, all of that, as long as it rests within the boundaries of the rules anyway. There's even a completion bonus for every file you wrap without error. Harkness pauses, eyes narrowing. If I said yes, would I still be able to leave the building? Quaid, Of course you'd be able to leave. You're able to now, though I should remind you, as per your onboarding contracts, you are restricted to specific radii outside of this and other relevant buildings for the duration of employment. It's also currently mid-snowstorm. Oops. The director indicates toward a large, icy window to his right.
A torrent of snow cascades down from skies unknown, muted and gray, piling on the equally gray sill. How did we not notice that yet? Anyway, Quaid says, "You have outstanding responsibilities here, anyway." Harkness, "Do I, though?" Quaid said, "Let's find out, shall we?" Extends hand to Harkness. This feels like a Fey trap or something. I don't like it. Run. Harkness, run. But oh boy. Harkness says, I suppose. Harkness returns the gesture. The two shake hands very briefly before retracting them. Quaid says, "Excellent." The doctor wipes his palm on his slacks before standing. "Please, this way to your new office. I'm sure it will be more comfortable than the last." Harkness, pushing chair back and rising in tow. "Second to last. Not sure how I define my workplace in..." And then we have department ID denied. I'm guessing that's the... Oh no, I don't know who this is. But it didn't seem to fall on a range of comfortable to uncomfortable. Is non-fertable a word? Director Quaid, "No, but I'm sorry. Who?" Harkness, "The Department of..." Department ID denied. "They helped me out of redundancy." Quaid sighs. "Mr. Harkness, I don't know how else to put this, but the Department of..." Department ID denied is not a real department. Oh, I think they are, but they removed their info based on how we've got. But anyway, Harkness says, pauses. God damn it. I thought the name sounded a bit out there." Quaid, "You'll pick up on it. Don't let it get to you. Now, if you would..." End transcript, end addendum. I don't know if it wasn't a department. Maybe it was one of the ones that got scrubbed. Maybe it really was a fake department. Yawn attacks. I'm not sure what or who to believe, basically. I'm uncertain. Okay, I'm going to take it. It's Surrealistics. Ooh, that's who it was? Well, okay, nuriakea. Am I right that they're actually real, but just hiding? Am I right, or am I on the right track, that Quaid is not to be trusted? Because I have a feeling Director Quaid, Rory, as you called them, is bad. They're erased. Okay, so maybe they were good, maybe they weren't. We just know that they're erased. Is Quaid trustable? Because I get the feeling no. I get the feeling we should not be trusting Quaid at all. Anybody else in chat think that we should avoid Quaid? Anybody else getting the heebie-jeebies from Quaid? So true. So true? Oh my gosh. The way that between the lag and your very obviously always playing like, ooh, well maybe kind of energy. Just tell me the frickin' things. I'm glad you're protecting the story, but also like, just tell me the frickin' things. Free Harkin and burn the building down. I'm on board with you, insane guy. Just because I hate the Foundation. But okay, I'll say my trigger word real quick that we got from Pudgytator. It's just a replay from before, so enjoy. Department of Redundancy Department, Recursive Division. Department of Redundancy Department, Recursive Division. Department of Redundancy Department, Recursive Division. Division? Oops. Burn the building down may be more real than you might think. Ooh, is that where this is going? I hope so. I hope so, just a little bit. I hope most, at least, people live, but I still want everything to go. Give me a snack. Okay, I'm going to pull this out. Hi, Maybe Mass. I'm just about to mute real quickly while I make a bunch of... I have an instinct to like not make a bunch of these crinkly sounds, but I'm like, what the heck am I doing? No, I'm going to let you guys hear them. This is supposed to be ASMR, and some people like it. I just don't like that sound. Or rather, I've been trained to think that it's bad. Here's the crinkly sounds as I pull out my little snack. Marvelous. I'm so glad the admonition team started to make these readable. Were these not readable before? How was it unreadable before? Was it just like super redacted or what? Singing frog. Oh, but snack. Okay, look. Ah. Get over here, Herbert. It's your time to sing. Okay, it's Herbert time. If we have other triggers, we can do them right now. This is our little trigger break time. But we begin with Herbert, our wooden frog, our singing frog. Here we go. Ah, wait, let me see how much time. There we go. There was Herbert. I kind of want to call him Herbert instead of like Herbert. Like I say, Robert. Herbert. I don't know. Oh, it crashed your. Interesting. So it used to just have way too much going on it, and they tidied it up. That's what you mean, do? There's no other triggers. I'm going to just take a moment, munch a little bit on snack, and then keep reading. We're going to pick up reading with another excerpt from the original Employee Handbook, the first edition. Ah, thank you, Maybe Maz. Let's give you some more dancies. Whenever we've got a new friend, we give them Oh, I don't know what the last one did. Why are you in there, huh? That was an accident. I didn't mean that. We drop some dance emotes whenever we have a new follow. So there's my little dancies. Everybody else should drop some little dance emotes. But there you go. Like I said, I'm gonna take a second to just munch. So I'm gonna do a be right back. That's just like a 2-minute, and then we're gonna get back to Employee Handbook excerpt. It'll be fun. I promise I won't be gone long. It probably won't even be 2 minutes, but I'll bop out. So here we go. Yeah. I'll run an ad in the meantime just because that will buy us a little bit more time. But yeah. Alright. Here we go. Very, very, very quick. Be right back. I promise. Alrighty, I am back. Alright, so we'll go back to the story since there's no there's no more redeems. And what that'll look like. Don't come along now. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. So we're picking up with another excerpt. My voice is all over. I guess stuff's in my throat, but that's good. I had good snack. Another excerpt from the Foundation Employee Handbook, 1st edition. Information security and you. Clearance levels. You may have noticed brightly colored numbers located outside containment chambers throughout your orientation tour. If so, good eye. If not, keep in mind that if you typically wear prescription glasses, it is required to do so on site or working in the field. What a salty way of saying it was super obvious. How did you not see it? You should be wearing your glasses. If you believe you may need corrective eyewear, take advantage of the Foundation's robust vision insurance plans. Oh, you just know they don't have that anymore. Our newest facility, Site 19, even has an on-site optometrist. And then a footnote. Yep. The Site 19 on-demand optometry program was discontinued 3 months after this printing. References were removed in 2nd edition along with the word robust as it was considered inappropriate. Yeah, so they still had insurance plans, but they did not have good insurance plans in the 2nd edition. I knew they only got worse. I knew it. I'm loving this where they're calling out that the Foundation is bad and it's only gotten worse. Okay. Navigating your assigned facility and handling anomalies is just like driving a car. You must be careful and observant of your surroundings at all times. And don't crash this car, ... It could end the world. We don't want that, and you don't either. So it's important to keep those numbers visible and well understood prior to entering any containment area. These numbers represent clearance levels, and everyone has one. That's right, everyone. What do we mean by that exactly? And we'll give it a little bit. Hello, Oren Mibu. Welcome in. Thank you. Here's a little dancey. We give a little dance whenever someone joins us. So welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Okay. I want to know the lore of SCP beyond the creatures. Like, in the world of SCP, is it still fully functioning and adding more, or has it been destroyed, etc., etc.? I don't know. I don't know what you mean exactly. If I didn't know better, I'd say this series was some sort of admonishment. Admonition! Okay. Where was I? There's more to SCP beyond SCP. Oh, definitely. Okay, clearance levels and who has access. Oh, thank you, Oren. We like them a lot too, and I need to add a bunch more. I need to make a bunch more as we prep for possibly a subathon where I have a bunch going on. So I'm excited. I mean, we're gonna do that, but I don't know if we're gonna get enough subs for new emotes. But I'm excited. Frick my voice. The end is never the end is. Admonition to what exactly? Dun da da. Yes. Ooh. Oh goodness. Okay. The rice no cannon. Oh no. Okay, sorry. I gotta focus. My everything is everywhere. Hi, Violetta. Hard to respond to that as well. Important. Okay. I may not be here next Monday. Looks like I very possibly could have to change my streaming schedule plan for next week, but we'll find out. Okay. Da da blah blah blah. Where was I? Right. So we have clearance level and who has access, and we're going to go through all that. It'll say what's the level, who has access, and then some more info about it. So, clearance level 0, 0. Who has access? Anyone and everyone. Level 0 is reserved for declassified documents which may be disseminated to the public. We've never done it and don't plan to, but it's good to know. So if they were to, for whatever reason, open their info up to the public, there you go. But they keep themselves a secret too, so like it can't be quite level 0 because then that would bring attention to them if it's their file. But anyway, then we have level or clearance level 1. When I'm saying it twice like that, it's because they say it in letters and then they put it in brackets next to it every time. I think it's so silly, but I kind of like that that's one of the things that they tend to do. Anyway, 1. Who has access? All Foundation personnel, excluding the D class. Oh my god. I hate you and I love you, little handbook. Sorry, Johnny Lawbreaker. You don't qualify for Foundation secrets unless you're reading this section for the first time as part of onboarding. If so, welcome to level 1 clearance. Because D class are supposed to be the super evil people, but then they even include that, like, you could be being onboarded for a higher clearance, in which case, okay, hi, welcome. What in the fuck, guys? Okay, clearance level 2. Who has access? Majority of personnel upon request. And then in brackets, form SR01. You can skip the request process if assigned to a relevant project or promoted to a supervisory role. Designation-specific temporary clearance, in brackets e.g. SCP XXS XXX/2, may be granted in the event increased clearance level is denied. And clearance level 3, who has access? Site admin approval or higher required. To have your L3 request approved at Clearance 1, it must first be approved by your direct superior, who in turn must request approval from their direct superior, etc. I don't know how many levels that goes up, but okay. This must continue until the request is processed by a level 3 employee. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. 4. For site admin eyes or higher only, all caps. Heavily restricted to site-specific admins unless extenuating circumstances exist, e.g. critical site failure. Level 5, for regional/council admin or equivalent. Restricted to the highest members of administration, regional directors, the council, the administrator, and the founder. Level 6, who has access? Redacted L6 clearance required. So you have to be L6 to know what it is. This is like the MI6 thing where like only us would know and anybody else thinks it's a joke, whatever, I don't know. If you see this clearance number in your facility, contact your supervisor immediately and evacuate the area until an all clear has been given. Ooh, okay, so somebody's super or something going on that says it's level 6 is a problem. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Then at the bottom, we have Sammy Skipper again. And instead of smiling, she has a little face. She's like, little Sammy Skipper says, see something you shouldn't have? Idea won't leave your mind? Our memory management specialists work tirelessly to invent, discover, and perfect non-invasive, non-lethal procedures to help. Thanks to recent advances in amnestic, in quote, research, save the stress of burdensome knowledge. Unsure of what is hazardous/restricted? No problem. Visit a Foundation medbay and have our trained clinicians take a look for you. That's concerning, Sammy. Underneath that, we have a new rectangle. It's no longer an excerpt. It's back to the file info, I think. SCP-8190-B refers to a collection of anomalous PA system announcements heard throughout Site 19. Ooh, ominous. Of note, the facility has not required use of an address system since 1989 and thus does not currently possess one. I feel like it's still important to have at the ready, but okay, fine. Qualitative analysis suggests the announcements are of similar fidelity to others made on the pre-existing 1984 Tannoy Wildcat PA system installed within Site 19, though with significant ontological distortion. No connections between the original equipment and manifestation of the announcements has been found. Further investigation revealed that the voice of the individual heard speaking during SCP-8190-B matches that of Harkness in all but one instance. Select transcripts follow. So most of them sound like Harkness, but then one time the announcements went off, it did not sound like Harkness. I should play the recording? I usually keep my my thing muted so that there's no like feedback stuff. But I'm not seeing the recording first. I just have the show transcript. Loose cannon, Badum, ha 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 ha, raise no cannon, loose cannon. Admonishment of the loose cannon that comprises the Foundation's worst implications. There you go. We'll start with the show transcripts. So we have a first one. It says show transcript 81901, 22 Mar 2026. March of 2026, the 22nd of March 2026. I'll click it. Let's see what we have here. It says, hello? Is this thing on? Can anyone hear me? It says tapping noise, but I figured tapping on the mic, so that's why I did it on the mic. And then there's a pause, then speaking off mic. No, I don't think this is getting through. And transcript. The recordings are excellent, but not very ASMR-y. So I should probably not do them, I imagine. I already did my thunk, and that's the max of that, I think. So I'll just show the transcripts for each of these instead. You guys can go check out the recordings if you want them, for sure. It's about halfway through the thing that we start to get the transcripts and recordings. But okay. So now we have show transcript 81902. 16 April APR 2026. So April 16th. And now our transcript says, okay, I don't really know how or if this is going to work, but can anyone hear me? They told me to keep trying. They said it was my right to keep trying, to keep it by the book, in quotes. The good one, I mean, but I've never read it. They say I have, but I misplaced my copy. Hell is a construct built on Bibles. After all. After and before all. They also said, and then end transcript. So this is Harkness, assumedly, again, being all, hello, help. In 7243, there are tier 4 cosmological anomalies, termination, contrivance, transcendence, deceit, and stagnation. There's series that these cosmological anomalies represent the worst parts of the Foundation. Ooh, fun. Okay, our third transcript, 81903, is the beginning of audio recording options. But I'm just going to click the transcript and we're going for it. It's for the 6th of August, 2027. So it's been a while since he tried to do this. It's been a while. Okay. Oh, it says. So it starts up very kind of abrupt. Damn it. They said, keep your finger on the button. How much time did I lose? How much? No. Keep it together. What else did they tell you? Breathe. You're on a ship sailing down a river, but the water is time and the river is an ocean. Focus. Focus on the ties that bind us. The eye that blinds me. Right. Okay. A pause. If anyone can hear me, please, my name is James Anselm Harkness. I am, or was, or will be, a network engineer for Site 19. Or, ... was it something else? Is there a tense besides past, present, and future? Hold on. Oh, shit. End of transcript. Ooh. Fourth one for January 4th, 2029. Jeez. Nearly 2 years later. Why are you taking so long to do these? This one's longer, and I think it's probably from the surrealism thing that we're seeing again, because we have another department ID denied. I assume it's surrealism, but we'll find out. I'm sure nuriakea will tell us. Okay. Starts with less abrupt, so a little bit more. Sorry. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's been getting harder and harder to stay on track ever since those pricks in Department ID denied muddled with my head. Messed with. No, I agreed to this. That's the function and the forms here. I signed them myself. Wait, they meddled with my head because I signed a form? Why would I do that? No, but they said that I shouldn't. They tried to stop me. Why would they do that? I'm so confused. I fell beneath the floor and my brain is all muddy and I'm sinking into it and there's something down here in the mud with me, but it's not here, not yet. The tense is all crooked. Everything else is down here too, but it's facing the wrong way. I mean, the other wrong way. And then some muffled voices. I should go back down beneath the floor, into the mud. They're waiting. Please, why won't anyone do anything? I'm right here. Just look. End transcript. Ooh, a little bit less time, less than a year now that he waited. This is transcript 5 from November 15, 2029, and it now looks like a little bit more of a poem. Instead of a central, like the thing, it looks different. Anyway. I fell beneath the floor and I'm never getting out. Dropped a pocket in the ground, too late to turn about. Stick me in a paper shredder, glue the pieces back together. I'll do better, I'll be better. Employee of the month forever. Took a photo of my good side, put it on a shelf. The rest is on the clock till the end of time itself. After that, none of this will matter anymore. Wait until you see who you've been working for. End transcript. Oh, I don't like it. Spoopy. That's the last transcript. So I'm thinking that that's the one that doesn't sound like him, because it has the poem stuff to it, but I don't know. Underneath the next rectangle, separate little piece, it says, Note, Site 19 security investigations into the broadcasts ultimately led to the discovery of a hatch within janitorial supply room 03A. So this is where they found the little hatch that Dond, our Quaid guy, realized he should do, but didn't use to help him. So after the broadcasts, it led to then finally people going to check that out, and they found that. A brief period of administrative leave was granted to Harkness, allowing him temporary passage out of the anomaly, where he is to be assigned a new role. Acquisition by the Department of Notional Divisions soon followed. Now we have Addendum Interview 2. Addendum 8190A/1 Interview 2. We have another one of the little flowery spinny things. Fun little art. It says Donned archival transcript null again. Same people involved. Same site, but now it's the co-work/share space room 2/2. So we're in a new room. A little while later. Same dudes. Let's see how this goes.
Blah, 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 blah. What just happened? Okay. I'm going to shuffle. Hold on. Don't mind me just wriggling around in my chair. Making sure I'm not shrimping. Okay. Begin transcript. Harkness is seen sitting at a desk, leg jittering as he scans over the contents of a folder, a sea of other folders stacked nearby. He has a concerned look on his face. A knock on the door frame causes a slight rise in pulse. Oh, so I guess we're monitoring his heart rate right now. As Harkness looks up, and this whole time they've been referring to him as Harkness in this paragraph, despite him being POI. So that's interesting. Harkness looks up, finding Director Quaid standing in the threshold, holding a manila folder under his arm. He enters quietly and pulls a chair out from the desk across Harkness, unbuttoning his blazer as he takes a seat. Quaid. So, James, how are you liking the new assignment and your office? Harkness. I'm not really sure this counts as an office. Anyway, the bigger issue is, a pause. Shit, lost my train of thought. Oh, right. Okay, so he's not doing good with the thoughts spinning around. First, do you mind if I draw a bit while we're talking? Quaid says, what? Harkness, my hands were like constantly in motion as a redundancy agent. I'm still adjusting. I guess it's hard to focus on anything if I'm not keeping the digits busy. Director Quaid, sure. I think we have a couple reams of 8.5 by 11s around here somewhere. Director Quaid retrieves some sheets from a nearby filing cabinet, supplementing them with a black pen produced from the inner pocket of his suit. He hands both to POI Harkness, who accepts the items gratefully. Harkness, thanks. POI Harkness begins to idly draw random patterns as the conversation continues. Quaid, so you were saying something about a bigger issue with your assignment? Harkness, right, so I read the materials you gave me, looked over your previous determinations. I still don't think I'm IDing them well in praxis. Like, here. Holds up a blue folder from a stack to his right. The Ethics Committee? Tossing the blue folder back down, indicating to the empty white folder on the desk in front of him. The Antimemetics Division? Antimemetics? It can't be possible to determine if departments like these are real or manufactured. Whatever they do, I'm at a loss. I don't even know if they exist in the first place. I feel like those two are definitely existing, but I don't know. This is weird. Okay. That's me saying they exist. Quaid, you of all people should know that impossible things happen frequently in our line of work. Sometimes it's best to simply go with your gut, and then Harkness interrupts. Go with my gut? These are people's jobs at risk here, their livelihoods. I can't go with my gut using the amount of information I'm given for some of these. The debrief I was given about the Department of Unreality was a 6-hour video of an empty lecture hall. At 3 hours and 47 minutes in, I think I heard someone cough. The silence and lack of clarity made me reflect a bit, though, realize some things. Quaid. Oh? Harkness says, I realized I have no idea what I'm doing here, and know absolutely nothing about this department. Prior to being in redundancy and seeing you in the corner of my eye, I'd never known of notional divisions. How many folks are in this department? How many are constructs? Quaid nods. It's natural to have these questions and thoughts, though not a single person in the history of notional divisions could say for sure, sadly. We're dealing with extremely powerful retrocausal properties. We have been studying the anomaly for some time now, and have little to show for it, I will admit. Constructs are functionally identical to their human co-workers, and we have exhausted nearly all possible avenues in attempting to distinguish the two apart. I have a theory about you, however. You might be one of the only Foundation employees capable of completing this task. Maybe the only one. Harkness laughs incredulously. You're joking, right?
Quaid, not at all. Your resistance to anomalous influence may help you perceive minute differences in the two as a gut feeling. I have your most recent performance data right here. Let's take a look and see if my hypothesis is correct. I feel like this is all just a weird trap, and you're the only one can do this. It just feels like a manipulation tactic. I don't like it. But okay, the director opens the thick manila folder and stares at its contents. Half his face is obscured by buff-colored document keeper. Quaid, just as I thought. You've yet to mistakenly file one department, so even if you're feeling insecure about your current state of affairs, I would say the data doesn't support that conclusion. If you need constructive feedback, I'd say your overall rap time could use improvement, but I think we can chalk that up to self-doubt, you know? That feels a lot like he's just saying it. Like, what do you mean there's been no errors? How do you know there's errors if he's the only one who's going to be able to tell? Like, what? The director pauses, closing the folder and placing it on the table. Quaid, do you think said doubts might have something to do with your experience downstairs? It might help to talk about it, process some things. Silence from Harkness. It says POI, but Harkness. And it still says, like it's always said, his name when we're reading what he's saying is POI 8190, but I ignore it. Quaid, maybe it had something to do with your previous position. The, Department ID denied, right? Harkness, what about them? They aren't real. It doesn't matter, like you said. Quaid, how did they free you from the hole? Harkness, they came upstairs to meet me or something. They were way weirder than I, which I found notable. And sure, everything strange is notable when you've been doing paperwork for 5,000 days straight, but these guys were... They looked impossible. Really freaked me out when they started showing up in my periphery. Then they walked up to me and waved. I think they weren't sure if I was aware at all. They visited a couple times before deciding I was. I begged my body to react, but... Quaid, so how did they... And Harkness jumps in. Let me finish. Come on. You asked me to talk about this. Jesus fucking... I would have given a kidney to hear someone's fucking shit kickers stomping around up here, shaking dust into my eyes. Instead, I was given nothing. For years, I was exiled. I should be dead, but I'm not. And it still somehow feels like pulling the short straw. Like, I joined the Foundation accidentally, right? I just want us to point out, he said that they came up from downstairs. Like, they came upstairs to him, so they were in the hell. Or below it, so whatever that means, and they looked impossible. That's pretty weird. And then they waved, and he wasn't able to respond. He was begging his body to react. What does that mean? Anyway, okay, so he's saying, I joined accidentally, right? Quaid, there are always multiple perspectives. To survive such adversity for as long as you did and come out as intact as you are, doesn't that mean anything to you? Harkness, thumbs up. Sure, I transferred departments. That's how I got out. Something obviously wanted me back in there, though. Good thing I can also be a stubborn motherfucker, right? Director Quaid clears throats. So you had just broken free of the loop. How'd you make your way from redundancy to the PA system? Harkness, so you could hear me. Yeah, that's fine. One of my rescuers had a fair bit of memory of his past life. He claimed to have worked on the AV setup of Site 19, including running cables for the announcement system. Thought he might know where parts of it were, and guessed that they'd still be functional. Okay, so what do you mean past life? And you did say downstairs, so I think we have a confirmation that it was a conception, It's really, as Quaid is saying, that was a fake department. They were fake people, but they had vague memory of being the real people, and so they told him where to go, I guess. What the heck does that mean? Sorry. What the hell does that mean? What are you talking about? Okay, Quaid says, and? Harkness, you heard me, so yeah, obviously, the controls still existed, meta-conceptually, abstracted under eroding currents of temporal soup, broken into conceptual building blocks, abstracted further down, landing in the meta-conceptual plane of comprehending concepts themselves. The concept of interaction, the concept of context, the concept of roles, among others. The concept of pressing finger to button is impossible to interact with if you don't understand what role you play in that transaction. Are you finger or button? Turns out you're not quite either, but definitely more one than the other. Wow, the way he would have had to figure... Oh my gosh, okay. Got it figured out eventually, though. Quaid. And this is what you wanted? Harkness. I wanted out. And to not be existentially traumatized by my occupation. I didn't know that there was even a possibility when I got my degree. I would have assumed that required at least a master's and a tenured position in academia. Besides, they wanted me out. They saw time differently, and for a minute, on some unknown fraction of physical time-space, I saw it. They were afraid. Quaid. Afraid? Afraid of what? Did they tell you? Silence. P.O.I. Harkness stares at the director, a look of amusement on his face. Harkness. You know, I think I finally got a confident read on you. Quaid says. What does that mean exactly? Harkness. Your body language, your false praise, the way you talk in general, your probing questions. Quaid. What are you talking about? I knew it. Okay. Harkness. You've got construct written all over you. Quaid. Why would you think that? Harkness. Oh, you don't know? I can see constructs easily. You told me that, remember? Maybe my metrics will jog your memory. Harkness, P.O.I., but Harkness grabs the beige folder on the surface between them and swiftly dumps its contents onto the table. The pages scatter. All of them are blank. I knew that he was giving us some bullshit. I knew. Harkness says, well, there's silence. Quaid says, you really shouldn't have done that. And then end of transcript, end of addendum. And then we have, a transcript from another PA system sound, I guess. From 16th of November, 2029, so right after the weird poem one. And here we have... Ooh, or maybe... I don't know if that last one was Harkness, the one that was like a poem, or if this one wasn't Harkness. I don't know. But anyway, here's the next one. That was just a couple days after that poem one, or whichever one that we last read. It begins with rustling noises, and an unknown voice is heard speaking. So this, so this is not Harkness. Harkness did read the poem with his brain turning to soup, and this is someone else. But here it is. Hush, keep your head down. Some silence. Okay, quickly. And then louder. Hello, Site 19. This is a message from your friendly neighborhood. Department ID denied. The beholder's eye is one of many. That big guy in the center, though. Watch out for that one. It'll get ya. But seriously, sorry about Harky. We did our best, but we didn't know what would happen, and a strange reverberation rings out and grows in volume, distorting the broadcast. Of course, it knew what would happen. It knows now. It always did. It's here. A pause. The Bureaumancer, all fancy and all caps and ominous, arrives. The beholder's eye. Time is an ocean, my friends, and I guess we're casting off. And then off mic. Brace yourselves. Noise rapidly overwhelms the transmission, ceasing a few seconds later. End transcript. I guess we're casting off. Ah! Ominous, 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 ominous. Concerning. From there, we jump back into another random excerpt from the handbook. Bouncing around like we are, out of order and stuff, is upsetting to me because it's like all messy. But it is fun that it's different from normal SCP. So it's interesting. I'm gonna say we're gonna take a break. We're gonna do redeems, and then we're gonna jump back into it. So we're gonna again pick up at the next excerpt after these triggers. So does anybody have a trigger that they want to redeem? I'm just gonna hydrate. If nobody wants anything, I'll just pick up. But this is the moment to do those. We've gotten really settled into this story, and it's fun and exciting, but it's also not very ASMR forward. Comb twing again. You got it. If that's all we have, I think I'll throw in something else. I'll pick something. But let's go ahead. Let's do comb twing. Ah, there we go. It's important to take a little break from the spooky, scary stuffs. I think, probably. I don't know. But here we go. Comb twing. It bounced out of my hand. There was our comb twings. And I think I'll move on to a humming while we have more of our break.
Right, well, I guess. Boop, boop, boop. We will go ahead back to the story. Right at the next excerpt thing. No more triggers for you. Mwahaha. Okay, here we go. Back to the weird little Sammy Skipper. Ah. This time she's making a little bit of a different face, so it looks like she's getting more and more animated with each entry that we read. It's cute. Because last time, okay, so the first time she was just empty smile with a wave. Then she was, oh, with an open mouth, same eyes and everything. I guess to say that she's saying something. And now she's got the little mouth, and it's not just a blank white circle like it was before. There's like a gray and then a white that shows her tongue. And her hand is like touching, it looks like she's like gestating, not just like stuck in a hand open at a wave. And one of her eyebrows is way up, so she's like really animated now. It's good for her. She's coming alive. Should we be concerned? Is she the SCP? Sammy Skipper, is it you? More concerned about our bad guy. That was like, you shouldn't have said that at the last thing, but we'll have to wait till we get through this little info. Okay. It still says current trigger. There you go. So this excerpt is facility navigation. There's a little photo with a question mark and like it looks like maze-ish drawings behind it, and it's all like brown or teal scale. Like it uses different color schemes of just brown or teal in varying degrees. And then it says, finding your way around your assigned facility can seem like a daunting task at first, but fear not. Not only will you receive a detailed itinerary for your daily activities, which includes step-by-step directions, you'll find the paths themselves color-coded for your convenience. Compasses are available upon request. I doubt they still have this, but maybe they do. Maybe they do. First we have green. Zones are safe for passage by all personnel. Blue zones pass through non-hazardous containment areas. Yellow zones pass through potentially hazardous containment areas. Orange zones pass through confirmed hazardous containment areas. Red zones pass through extremely hazardous containment areas. Black zones are restricted to essential personnel on a need-to-know basis. I guess that would make it easy if there's like a big catastrophe and you're trying to find a way out. You probably don't want to follow the orange, red, or black paths on your way out because you could run into containment of hazardous peoples. But if you has to, you has to. Anyway, now we have the little Sammy Skipper Says section. It says, lost? Don't panic. Simply check the site map and retrace your steps until you see a recognizable feature. You mean use a map? Anyway. Doing so has an 8% chance of reorienting lost personnel. Not part of the 92%? No worries. Simply proceed to your next station and alert a superior. It's that easy. So they're saying it only 8% chance you won't find your way. And if you are unable to find your way, just find a superior. Okay. Now back to info. So here's info file. And we have a few different photos of very concrete forward with some windows buildings looking like probably site buildings, but here we go. SCP-8190-C. We haven't even gotten to C yet. Oh my gosh, there's a 8190D instance. Geez, there's still so much to learn. C is the collective designation given to an intermediate number of anomalous structures associated with SCP-8190 derived from phenomena defined as clandestine security facility designated Site 19. Oh, is the whole site an instance of this?
Damn. And also, if the building is part of it, why are they referring to things as less? Anyway. Okay. So, one instance, there's a photo. It looks like it's in black and white, but it could very well just be a very, gray day when they took the photo. Because the building is undoubtedly gray. And then we have another photo below that SCP-8190C instance. That's just a photo next to the text. And it'll continue that way with more photos. While at least one Site 19 has a traceable... While at least one Site 19? What do you mean one site? Are there multiple Site 19s? Anyway, has a traceable timeline of construction and use, most facilities of this name... Why are there multiple? Encountered have manifested as an extension of SCP-8190's effect. Though each instance is genuine, SCP-8190-C always takes the form of a sprawling complex built primarily out of concrete and brutalist architecture. Some idiosyncrasies are common, typically in the form of excessive repetition of space or disparate mismatching of features created without apparent cause. Though unconfirmed, it is hypothesized that all SCP-8190-C instances are connected to one another, most often discovered through extensive networks of maintenance tunnels, sub-basement areas, and ventilation shafts. Connecting infrastructure has been shown to generate in straight lines between facilities when feasible, making identification of these passageways possible to the trained eye, though not immediately obvious. Thus, care must be taken to ensure proper orientation of one's surroundings. Concerning. And then underneath the last of that, there's a big photo of, I think actually we've seen this photo in other things. They might have used it. It's a classic one to use. It's a damp, icky little cramped, cellar hallway looking thing. It's concrete, arched hall with pipes along one side and looks like electrical wiring, big rubber protected cording on the other side with some lights running. But like I said, damp. There's water. The walls are slick. Ugh, icky. And underneath that, it says just connecting pathway. And then, to date, over 64 confirmed instances of SCP-8190-C have been identified, each of which possesses its own employee roster and extensive SCP object inventory. Oh, what was I? My brain, sorry. These identified complexes appear to form a network of foundation infrastructure in an intelligent pattern, resembling an incomplete sigil or thaumaturgic seal, which spans roughly 28% of the Earth's surface. The network is subject to steady, ongoing path of least resistance construction, behavior comparable to single-celled eukaryotes, such as slime molds. The Department of Cartography is currently assigned the task of mapping and exploring instances of SCP-8190-C for any unusual phenomena. I guess I should have guessed with cartography in charge. I didn't think that it was physically a bunch of them. You would have thought that they'd do more than just map it, but okay. To date, nothing of note has been recorded. All facilities are fully operational and vital to the containment of several anomalies. But why are they all called the Site 19? Does that not get concerning? Anyway. Because of this, the Department of Notional Divisions has integrated SCP-8190 related phenomena. Attacks. They've converted all of the related phenomena into the Foundation's overall containment structure. Of course. And instead of going back to our main guy info, we gotta find out, is Harkness safe? Are we gonna come back into this whole thing ever again? Instead of that, we go back to the handbook, more quotes. And our little Sammy Skipper is even more animated differently. But I'll tell you about that when we get to the bottom. This is Theological Guidelines, subsection B, part 4. We're really skipping through these things. There's a footnote here that says, Though widely considered apocryphal in nature, first edition contained theological precept that was removed from future editions. So it's getting a little weird at this little stage, but okay, here it is. There's 3 different little paragraphs, little pieces. Maybe they're separate excerpts from the same page, but here they are. First, it says, when the founder birthed our fair organization as a concept, tilled from the soil of ideas within capital H his, concerning, mind, there was a great and momentous sound from skies above. A thunderous force fell forth and visited, thanking capital H him for the glory of containment. It is said that this force invigorated and guided capital H him to create the bedrock, capital B bedrock, on which we now owe our capital G N great normalcy. And since that moment, the founder's guiding light lives through us all. This sounds, very much like they should remove it. Oh my gosh, what in the heck? The fuck is this? I thought you were manses of sciences. Why are we doing all this where we're very clearly cult? Okay, next. This unforeseen force was control manifest, a great being made in service of humanity. The founder took the being's hand, and with it they made endless strides in favor of the veil, capital V veil. Upon his death, capital H, his, the founder spoke to his, capital H. It's driving me nuts. Just know that every time they say he in reference to the founder, it's definitely capital H, like as if he's a god. Anyway. Meanwhile, the great being is all lowercase because great being is irrelevant, but founder is God. It's so silly. Very cult. Very, very, very cult. Anyway, the founder spoke to his closest advisors that one day he shall walk the earth anew, emerging from the sea on the back of that great power once more. And final little thing before Sammy Skipper, we wait for this day for containment to take capital F form. It is what divined the great bureaumancy. It manages your facility, your department, even your thoughts right now so you can be free of such burdens. Isn't that wonderful? No. Get gone. Oh my God, what the fork? Okay. Sammy Skipper says, stop looking for it. It brought you into this world and is more than capable of rescinding that privilege. Literally, Sammy's just threatening us there. Stop looking for it. I don't know, what do you mean looking for it? What it? When did I start looking for what is going on? Sammy, stop. No. And instead of her usual little setup, she's got a little fist hanging down. Her glove is in a fist. And her face, her little line, her vertical line eyes are in the same, but her eyebrows are little angry eyebrows. They're scrunched up, and she's got a definitive frown. So Sammy's ready to fight, which is a problem. And after that, we go back into the file info. So I fell asleep. Hell yeah! Ha ha! Get EP. But hi, welcome back to Awake. I'm gonna keep reading. All right, SCP 8190 brain -D refers to the Site 19 Department of Notional Divisions. Dun dun dun. Notional Divisions is part of the SCP, which I called. But anyway. This department does not appear in Foundation records prior to 2015, nor does it have a known base of operations, instead opting to reserve conference rooms and other shared spaces for meeting and executing functions related to its intended purpose. Operatives employed by the Department of Notional Divisions comprise a mixture of actual employees and physical constructs, though entities which manifest Within SCP-8190D's presence are perfectly capable of imitating human behavior. I'm just going to skip to D. D's primary mission, according to its own records, is the discovery, triangulation, and supposed detainment of anomalous or otherwise parasitic SCP Foundation divisions/department, even though they are one of them. The extent of their operations and the veracity of statements made by them in relation to said operations are not currently known. D's primary mission, according to its own actions, is the identification of SCP-8190 Prime, the deity believed to be responsible for the creation of SCP-8190, and therefore of SCP-8190-D itself. Unfortunately, and then it says query denied. Dun dun dun. I don't know what got removed there, but we don't get to see it. It should be noted that overall workplace efficiency has been on the rise in Site-19, reaching and maintaining an all-time high as of 2020. Interesting, especially since these transcripts are from way after 2020. I'm like, what's going on? But curiosity. Efficiency, I think it would be like the specific departments that are actually still allowed to exist, because they probably have gotten rid of quite a few actual departments, is my guess. I think that if an SCP is trying to get rid of fakers, but it itself is a faker, it's going to get rid of real things. But I don't know. Who knows? I can't tell. So now we're back to that transcript. We begin the log. It's interview 3, but I think it's the same day because it's in the same office share room. The Harkness's office thing. It's got the same people. We've got a new different spinny flower in the little art thing that changes each time. That's fun. It's more elaborate this time. It's very cool. But we just pick up with the begin log at what I think is probably very shortly after that last thread. I don't know. We'll see. So we start with POI 8190, who I'll still refer to as Harkness, saying, "So, what now?" Director Quaid stares at Harkness, it says his name instead of his POI, with an unreadable expression. Blank paper litters the shared office space. Quaid, "I suppose that's up to you. If you apologize earnestly, I won't write you up, and we can consider it just between us. An outburst caused by stressors from your previous situation and your struggle to reintegrate back into Foundation living. More than enough of a reason to explain it away." Harkness says, "But why are all the papers blank? Where are my metrics?" Quaid, "Placebo is very powerful. Your work will be more difficult now that you have disillusioned yourself. Empty praise does not mean empty purpose." Harkness, How many departments did I get wrong then?" Quaid sighs. "It's not that simple, James." Harkness, "How? A department is either extant or manufactured, right?" Quaid, "All departments were manufactured at some point. The Foundation wasn't formed with divisions and black sites. They popped up later when the time was right." Harkness, "That's just being pedantic, though. Because you said it yourself, imitators and competition, predators and prey." Quaid, "That's only part of the picture. You may know that departments spontaneously manifest as per SCP-8190's effect, but did you know the effect is intelligent, deliberate?" Welcome back, TJ. Harkness, "I don't see how that's possible." Quaid, "Departments manifest as they're needed. Compliance, quotas, fulfillment, efficiency. Where there is demand, supply is not far behind. It starts with competition, sure, but it ends with progress. An ideal foundation exists at the end of this road. Thank the good book and its corporate divinity for that." Clearly, Buddy is properly an SCP because he's speaking the little cult book stuff. Harkness says, "The good book? You don't strike me as religious." "Oh, you're gonna go back to bed? Okay, DJ. Go to bed. Eat well. Take care. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Rest up. Look after yourself." You don't strike me as religious. Quaid says, "Hard not to be in my position. We were molded with purpose, placed into this very facility with a drive to discern real from molded, an impossible task. The lesson is our very existence, to discern our Creator, to understand why. You must know what I'm talking about by now." Oh, I don't like it. Who tucks the tucker? The one from the shadows. Aww. You guys are cute. Look at the little hugs. Oh, you hug and you hug back. That's so cute. Oh, you guys. Okay. All right. You must know what I'm talking about now. Harkness. No, I don't. I don't think I want to either. Good night, DJ. Quaid. I have memories of a life I didn't have. It's as real to me as anything else, yet I know it is manufactured. I only know this because of my position within notional divisions. How certain are you of your own internal narrative, Mr. Harkness? Harkness. Not very. But I don't ascribe it to the bureaucratic equivalent of last Thursdayism. Quaid. Last Thursdayism with a bounded recurrent time frame, more like. You are aware of the concept of Poincare recurrence, are you not? Harkness. It's been a long time since ergodic theory was on my radar, but yes? States rebound after a set interval. Systems repeat. Quaid. So we'll just have to wait and see if you're still here in the next one. Wait, what? Harkness says. Quaid. Construct or not, you failed to keep multiple positions with our organization. We've given you opportunity after opportunity, and you have let each one slip through your fingers. Unfortunately, the Foundation doesn't just let people go, especially insubordinates who have been replacing legitimate departments with frauds. It's a shame you were so disillusioned by your time in the hole that you started undermining your employers as revenge. Luckily, I was there to stop you before you could cause even more damage. But who's to say how much you've already done? Harkness. You fucking bastard. You set me up. Quaid. A bit deserved, don't you think? After all, you were offered purpose and turned it down multiple times. You should be thanking me for the opportunity, but alas, you already know what happens to employees without purpose. Purpose is created for them. What do you think happens to employees who reject purpose? Harkness. No, I don't. I don't know. Director leans forward with the same smile he always has. Quaid. They are replaced. The room shakes, overhead tube lighting flickering briefly. Harkness, looking around. What was that? Quaid. That, my friend, is the sound of bureaumancy. Knocking at the door. Reality making way for something far more powerful than itself. Harkness. I don't understand. I tried my best here. You lied to my face about my accuracy. How many times? This is your fault. Harkness grabs another piece of paper off the table and scratches the pen at its surface with nervous energy. A messy stack of scribbles are beside him, which all look vaguely alike. Ooh. Okay, so when he scribbled on the one paper, it repeated to all the papers. Very anomalous. It's so messed up that now the anomaly is the one in charge of the Foundation, and the person trying to fight it is the person that's gonna get, messed up. This is... Okay. Quaid says, "You're right, James, but I haven't been completely honest with you. Notional Divisions has a secondary objective. Well, it's more a secret primary objective that you've been carrying out for us." Harkness says, "No." Quaid says, "Yes. In fact, you were integral in our plan." It just says integral our plan. "If it wasn't for Ames taking over your duties, you'd not have transferred to redundancy." which would not have put you directly in our crosshairs. The book had willed it. It is the Foundation's Godhead, but in hard copy. The room trembles once more, and Harkness says, I think I'm starting to understand. The book you keep mentioning, it's that ancient employee manual I pass by every morning now, isn't it? It's the source of all this. Quaid, don't jump to any conclusions. More than the book, it's the entire Foundation. We have become larger than life. Our physical bounds can no longer contain the metaphysical or conceptual idea of what we represent, and we, constructs, are intrinsically connected to SCP-8190, and you are like us in that regard. Why are you doodling at a time like this? I know you were uncomfortable with, fingers being, at rest, but this feels weird, because Harkness, his next thing is doodling. I'm not a construct. I'm real. Why are you doodling? Okay. Quaid, how would you know? Your memories of Redundancy's borehole sound a tad fantastical. I've seen plenty of Site 19s, and none of them had a borehole. I'd barely have believed you had help from redacted department. It says department ID denied again. If it weren't for the fact that I heard our demiurge erase them from existence right after they spoke your name. I heard our demiurge erase them right after they spoke. What does that even mean? Okay, Harkness says, you what? The room sways and Harkness's stomach turns. Quaid says, yes. Now sit back and relax. That same fate is approaching. This is the end of the line. Construct or human, real memories, or fake. Harkness says, oh, they're real. You want to know how I know? Qualia? I don't know. For example, it took me a few tries, but a memory like this slides over a finished drawing to Director Quaid. Ooh, that's what he's doing. Now we know why doodle. Director Quaid says, what's this? The director gets a good look at the image, which causes his body to stiffen. His eyes shake rapidly. Ooh, I bet he used an SCP thing on him anyway. Shake rapidly, jaw clamping with force, grimacing as blood begins to seep from between his clenched teeth, soon followed by his nose. Quaid falls to the ground and begins convulsing. Harkness, they actually say Harkness, stands and looks down at the body. Harkness says, I told you I've tested kill agents on myself. This one isn't lethal, I think. Hopefully my memory is accurate, right? Oh, please don't get up. I'm done. I'm going to put a stop to this. See you never. And it's referring to him as Harkness for the rest of this instead of POI, but Harkness grabs the image off the table, running out of the room. The director's groans of discomfort growing rapidly inaudible as he sprints down a familiar corridor only to find it looping back around to where he just was. Retracing steps brings the man to a dead end with a bare wall. Site 19 would not make this easy for him. Hey, you! Stop! An unknown voice echoes from behind Harkness, who ignores this and continues down the path he originally traveled, finding it branching off at a T-junction instead of looping back again. He takes a left, but stops abruptly as two individuals guard the path ahead. A simple flash of the paper in hand frees open the passage, though the march of more footsteps inbound echo from the endless connecting pathways of Site 19. Coordinated, wordless drones with one thought on their mind, survival, protecting their parcel of verdant paradise at all costs. And really, I said verdant paradise in the last one too. Anyway, and really, who was he to take that away from them? He accepted the offer from Notional Divisions, knowing full well what it entailed. Was he truly so full of himself to think that he could place value on a person's occupation simply because it kept them busy more than it provided profits or results? Is there not value in keeping busy? Harkness thought about these moral quandaries while running, wishing he had formed an opinion on them sooner. Even now, he was unsure. I'm sorry, but that last half of that paragraph just reads so hard as an author, having gotten fired from a cushy job where they weren't really doing anything or something. Like, why would you get rid of it? It's still worthwhile. I fully agree, but still. And I will argue in our Harkness's behalf that he tried to ask for a different job. He tried to poke at, like, what do you mean and stuff. This was the only thing that they offered him, and he wasn't allowed to even go sleep somewhere if he didn't take it. So he was really backed into a corner, to be fair. But anyway. Okay. Hands tug at the back of Harkness's shirt, but he manages to shrug them off, taking a sharp turn into a four-way intersection that throws off his pursuers for a few vital moments. He doesn't spend the time catching his breath, however, instead diverting course to stop in one of the many uninspired break rooms within Site 19, grabbing a campfire lighter used to ignite a perpetually grimy range next to an equally grimy microwave. Yelling from outside the room causes his heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, Harkness's doodle provides offensive enough to invoke the intended reaction once or twice more until the paper is roughly swiped out of his hand, tearing in the process. The man runs back into the hall and towards the massive central atrium he had passed through so many times before. Because the paper's, like, all copied, shouldn't he have been able to, like, grab a couple that were all the same? But anyway. Okay, maybe they would have all tore at the same time, too. I don't know. Okay. Rand runs back the hall towards the massive central atrium he had passed through so many times before. Just below the surface is the very same borehole he would find himself stuck within for nearly 15 years. What do you mean he would find himself? You mean he's going back in? Damn it. Okay. Harkness runs up to the glass display case, nearly tackled by a mob of personnel screaming threats and pleas for their lives. Ignoring this, he kicks the glass inward and retrieves a gray, faded manuscript. It's our book. It's warm to the touch even before the attempted arson. Ooh. An elbow collides with Harkness's head, and his vision erupts in stars and scotomas? Sotomas? I don't know what that word is. Though he refuses to relinquish the object, even as consciousness nearly slips from his body. Flicking at the lighter in his hand, Harkness begs audibly for it to serve its intended purpose, mind no longer considering the moral implications of his actions and now focus purely on his own survival. Forces pull and push at the man from all angles, human and construct, both or neither. Just as Harkness began to bleed, textures collide to create sparks and heat. Aerosolized fuel becomes sustained flame. Touch to paper results in the burning of scripture. A false prophecy of labor for a new world reducing to ashes. Such is life. The surroundings began to blur, becoming metastable, feeling the ground shift from tile to carpet to corrugated steel. Harkness squeezes his eyelids shut, burying his head in his arms, and waits for something to happen or for him to die. A moment later, the entire facility implodes. End transcript, end addendum, and then there's a photo, and it's just blurry mess. There's like some diamond shapes and some rectangle shapes. I can't tell what this photo was, but it's a bunch of overexposed, I guess to signify the explosion. And then dots, parsing out the stuff. Oh gosh. I scrolled to the end because we don't have a ton left to this. Surprisingly, there's not a bunch left to this story. It picks back up, and it feels like it's an extension of the transcript. But it's in the format, not of the transcript, but of like the SCP description stuffs. So I'm not really sure what this is. But it's all in triangle brackets describing action. So it's not, it really is, it's looking like it's kind of trying to be the transcript even though the transcript ended. I don't know how we, Marissa, are reading it. Like what format this comes to us in, but anyway. It says, suddenly everything is quiet. There are no sounds of commotion, no angry yells or pleas. Even the persistent buzz of overhead lighting and ventilation ducts vanishing without a trace. The only audible noise left is a lone, howling wind. Harkness looks up from the pitch blackness of pressing eyes against forearms to a building ball of burning plasma in the sky. Ooh. He's lying prone in a dusty patch of dry sand, the hot air and direct sunlight finally registering as oppressive against his skin. He sits up and looks around, blinking, eyes still not yet fully adjusted to the change in scenery. Quickly realizing he has zero idea where he is, no vehicles or buildings in sight, no identifying features at all, aside from an unpaved, winding road leading away from where Harkness finds himself and off into the scintillating horizon. The man groans, righting himself, reluctantly fighting against the force of gravity and winning this time. Starting down the pathway, Harkness tries not to think about the last 15 years. Did it even matter? To him, the answer would hinge on perceiving the differences between two indistinguishable experiences. If he couldn't tell, then there's no point in wondering. Minutes later, Harkness's slow pilgrimage into the unknown is interrupted by the sound of an engine. He cranes his neck, looking up and around, desperate to locate the source of the noise. A few moments pass, and a black vehicle emerges into view, windows tinted a dark shade of impenetrable. It rolls up smoothly beside the disheveled man, doors opening without a sound as security personnel emerge, equally silent, indicating to him that this is indeed his ride, and is also not an optional one. Harkness slinks into the cool vehicle and presses up against the leather, which sticks unpleasantly to his skin. The ride is long, and with no frame of reference other than the setting sun, Harkness drifts off for a bit in the back of the car. An instant later, he wakes up to a familiar-looking gray building. Perhaps his own Site 19, or one of many he may have occupied long ago. This is all but confirmed when, after passing a curious glass display case in the atrium of the complex, Harkness finds himself at his old desk in the IT department, now branded the Department of Technical Support. The dust had grown considerably in the time since, but it mattered little. He is real, all caps there. He helps people for a living, even if it often boils down to troubleshooting wireless keyboards and unplugging before plugging in again. A young man approaches Harkness's desk, as he had been doing for others in the office. Rather timidly, he asks the older of the two for a choice of coffee. This was the entirety of the intern's job, asking for and retrieving drink orders served up in the room next door. Harkness couldn't help but laugh, placing his head in his hands. He orders a latte. That's totally the job that this author got fired from. I'm just joking, but yeah, it's still a valid job. It's so sweet that he's just like, ha, yeah, dude, give me a latte. Oh my gosh. Now finally. Oh no, not finally. Oh gosh, maybe finally. Oh god. I don't like that. Oh my gosh. I'm scrolling. We don't get any more info on us as Marissa. That's disappointing. What happened to us? We read this and then what did we do? We just wanted to have something to read? I don't know. But okay, we have one final excerpt. But this time it doesn't say excerpt from the book or anything. It just says excerpt query denied. And then it says Foundations in the Art of Anomalous Warfare, Part 6b. In Current Destabilization of Corporate Apparatus of Interest. Very relevant. We have a few different chunks. These are probably excerpts from the excerpt. And first we have one, separate. Weaken your enemy by cutting off networks of trusted contacts, any means of communication, both internal and external. internal and external in nature, up to and including dissolving awareness of each other's existence. Note, force them to be helpless, and they will choose helplessness whenever possible. 2. Confuse. Disorient your enemy and make them vulnerable through information warfare, conflicting accusations, unattainable goals, rumors of moles, or false intel suggesting coordinated attacks from one or more adversarial groups. Note, studies show manipulation that encourages preconceived bias within ideologically aligned social networks can form endogenous mimetic contagions that reinforce said bias for far more efficiently than macro-scale attempts. Messed up, also relevant. Hi, Andy. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. You can call me Raven. My voice is feeling a bit funny, but we drop a little dance emote every time we've got a new friend, so that's why Fet and I have dropped some dances. I hope everybody else enjoys that too. But welcome in, get cozy. Hi, Jamaican uncle, dropping a dances. I'm a dear woman, dear lady. If you want context on that, you can check that out on YouTube or to Google. But yeah, I'm just finishing up this SCP, and because we're not done with our stream when this is done, I'm surprised by that. I will be reading another one, a shorter one. But here we go with the rest of this. So we read Separate, Confuse. And the next one is 3, Precipitate. Tip the scales through stochastic internal crises resulting from a culmination of pressure and distrust. The organization will inevitably and mortally wound itself. With no other recourse, incursion and assimilation will follow easily. Most willingly accept this fate. Note, always leave one alive to warn the others. Yeah, just not this one. You'll get a full story, just not this one. And this is the last little piece that we see of Sammy Skipper Says, and it's extremely haunting. The words say, "This is only the beginning." The image, oh friends, the image is now a black and white, flickering, sketchy, inconsistent little image. She's never been moving before, but now she is. There's a hand reaching out. It's supposed to be the little waving glove, but because of the way it has been eroded, because she is eroded, you just see the tips of her fingers and her thumb, and it looks a little less like a glove open and waving, a little more like a claw reaching. She is drained. Everything's shifted and, like I said, eroded. We can see where her bow is, but it's all black, so it just looks again like a chunk missing out of the top of her. Her eyes, where the little vertical lines went, have extended all the way down the face, and parts of the face have been eroded into white, whereas the backdrop is black and the facial features were white. Now there's pieces missing, so you can see the eyes as they drain into this uneven, eroded face, and the rest of her is again these little eroded pieces. It's flickering, it's inconsistent, it's very haunting. And then ... the little foundation logo-y thing is spinny and scroll a ways down, and we have a big chunk of text I'll read, and a final thing that says, "Admonition will return in phase 2, with a creepy red glowing eye art that disappears, spins, comes back in." Very disturbing. But I'm just going to read this last chunk letter that summarizes a bunch of all of this stuff, I guess. It seems outside of any rectangle, so it's not a file. And I again am questioning where the heck us, Marissa, went in all of this, but it's something. And I'm just telling you this so that you know I'm going to read this, and then we'll jump into Kalimba. DJ is already gone, but that's what we're going to do. When DJ has done this before of redeeming something and then disappearing, maybe is lurking, but that's when I'll get to Kalimbas right after I read this. So, it says, it was indeed only the beginning. In fact, the universe was home to many. In the first beginning, there was only void, a screaming, infinite, godless void, a vast darkness upon the face of the deep. No one spoke, "Let there be light," because no one, capital W, was. The darkness was empty, and it remained this way for eons. Nature abhors a vacuum, however, and thus, after some time, that peaceful nothingness betided true chaos, a swirling farrago of blight known as capital E everything. Just as nature abhors a vacuum, it abhors chaos. Nature abhors. This is all one can say for sure. Eventually, chaos gave way to order. Order lost its grasp, and chaos reigned once more. This war was the first of many. Structures assembled in a line before being forcibly broken down, reduced to their smallest possible components, then reassembled and realigned again countless times. And yet, if you were alive to see it, it would have felt like a moment's passing. Not many were around during those early days. The universe was, for all its action and reaction, devoid of life in actuality. Humans, ever the chosen children, believed this fact made them special. A fault in intelligent design, perhaps, which spoke volumes on the nature of how, quote-unquote, intelligent that design could be. Man would try, unsuccessfully, to rid the universe of chaos. Man would also try to rid the universe of order. Ultimately, they were more effective at ridding the universe of themselves. However, their failure would be observed throughout millennia. It would be simulated, analyzed, compared. I don't like this. Okay. Humanity would create many branches in the tree of time. Those branches would be noted when they were notable. Many would cease to exist far before they could be considered as such. This is and always has been considered the state of affairs. Yet, for those few that fit in the criteria, their events would be painstakingly recorded, backtracked from frayed ends by a great many eyes at the end of time. The bureaumancer, eyes which double as thin probes, a legion of fingers. It sends a command through these conduits, and worlds bend to a single word. And it is SCP. Submit, in quotes. Narratives distort and refocus. Minds manifest and disappear. Ideas emerge. Whole plot lines erase. It utters again, collapse. Loose ends cauterize at the sight of amputation. Old pathways are rewritten by emergent rules, defining the boundaries of what remains. A final command rings out, persist. Outcomes vanish. Risks are contained. Another world is contained. All will be contained. It peers down at the many paths below, expressionless. Another appendage extends from its body, a smooth limb ending on a rounded point. The arm bends, dozens of joints briefly visible as it snaps into an odd angle with calculated precision, pressing itself into the black wall adjacent its form. The stalk sinks into the material effortlessly, which wrinkles and folds inwards like dark fabric. With a click, the needle splits at its tip into a three-pronged claw, which rips a hole into the structure, revealing more darkness behind the black curtains. The entity does not respond. Instead, the extremity moves on its own, disappearing into the hole and telescoping outward an unknown distance. It retracts suddenly, a number of items now enclosed within its grasp. The pale, thin hand deposits its holding before a large circular feature on the outside of its body, a single piercing eye manifesting within the curved bounds in response. The pupil dilates, inspecting its newfound treasures. A puzzle cube, a wooden cuckoo clock in the shape of a small 2-story townhome, and a twisted steel tuning fork which hums lightly on its own. The witness above these items stares for some time, clock ticking loudly all the while. An artificial voice then echoes through the empty chamber, this time not with a command but with a promise. And it's a hell of a... oh no, I forgot the word. English language stuffs, English class word, I forget. You'll know what I mean. Anyway, here we go. The promise. Numena's nearly nascent nascence, neckties to nooses, Newman the Nehemoth. Nehemoth? Alliteration, that's the word. Frickin' brain. Anyway. The clock chimes. It's midnight somewhere. A tiny wooden canary emerges from the timepiece, chirping thrice before receding back into the safety of shelter. A few minutes pass before the clock tolls the same midnight once again. After all, it is only the beginning. And like it said, admonition will return in phase 2, creepy eyeball glowing and at the ready. But that was 8190, the end. Let's take a deep breath and stretch. And I'm going to do Kalimba and any other triggers that you guys redeem. And then we're going to go into a new story, and I'm not sure what that story will be yet. It will have to be one of the shorter ones. But it will be SCP again. Probably. If none of them are short enough, but this is... we have plenty of time, so I think a normal one would be fine. Anyway, let's do Kalimba now, though. Like I said. And then I'll worry about the story. Okay. Collected Kalimba. I think this part was describing the process of SC writing itself. Ooh, interesting. Nice thought. Felt really meta. Yeah, this whole story had a lot of meta moments. Or moments that made me think very meta. So I interrupted it with my meta thoughts. Either way. Sorry, my internet cut off for a second. Did I miss the last story? What? No, we haven't started it yet, Andy. Don't worry. We're just going to do Kalimba. We have lots of time left in stream. We're going to be here for like an hour and a half still. We have not started the next story. We're just starting our Kalimba. Okay. What would I play? I will, of course, start stumbly and not very good, as I am wont to do. But here we go. That sounds great. That's pretty much what we do here, Andy. So, sounds good. You go ahead and fall asleep. All right, just some moving. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh.
keep restarting this, but I'm gonna keep doing it. You're gonna just listen to it. I need to stop apologizing. Yay! Okay, next song. I will stumble again and be bad until I am okay-ish. Yeah, it's kind of actually better you don't recognize the song, because anyway, back to public domain. We're gonna go on. Hi, Rose. But hi, Q Misty. We're gonna do the EP time song. Whoop whoop. There we go. Yay! Can someone punch you? I mean, okay, someone could give you a bonk. Fat Cage, do one of you want a bonk, Q Misty? I mean, it literally is asking for it. I guess it's okay. Hi, Zethias. Hello. I'm gonna go through that last one more time. And since there's no more redeems right now, oh, there you go, humming. I'll do humming after that then. Once we're done redeems, I'll move on to picking my next SCP. I wasn't expecting to need to, so I'll have to pick what the heck we'll do. Nice though, you're playing. You are adorable. Aww, I'm gonna try one more time. Oof, I'm sorry. No, it's good. I'm glad you did. Don't do that. Have awakened. Oh no. No, we woke honk. We've brought violence upon ourselves. And no one bonked you, Q Misty. Oh no. Give me daily garlic knots. Gonna have garland doors? Garland doors? I'm gonna bug mask about that whenever I can. Garland doors. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go one more time with the kalimba song. Let's see if we got this. Let's see if I can do this straight through. Nope. Okay.
the heck? Okay.
I did it! Woohoo, woohoo! I did it. I did it pretty good. I did that one really well. Comparatively, for sure. Something wooden, please. I have Herbert, the frog. I have the wooden tray. I have my little wooden sticks, the stickies. I can make a stick tap Herbert's little wand, or the mallet from the singing bowl. Do I have any other? Oh no, wait, I do have more. What am I saying? I should pull out something else. Oh, that's big and under a bunch of stuff too. I'll choose this. How do we feel about these? These guys are cool. I've chosen. Da-da-da. Okay. But humming now, and then that. Oh, they're good. I'm glad. Perfect. Yay, yay, yay. Because I haven't really included them. I should offer wooden figurines in the little list so people know. Because people choose the wooden tray, and I feel like it sounds like, I think it's not really wooden. I think it's got some processed shit in it. I don't think it's real. But these guys definitely are. They've got the grain and the fuzzy and the raw against the grain. Anyway, okay. Raven rambling. Yay, yay, yay. Here's humming. Let's do that. Boop-a-doop. Do you read stories like this a lot? I want to try recommending stuff. Yeah. In fact, if you join our Discord, you can do this story sharing channel where that's exactly what I ask for. You can drop your recommended stories right in there. We absolutely do that. I'm doing SCP again tomorrow, but I do different types of stuff. We had poems from Turtle Boy that I'm going to get around to reading. We've done poetries in the past. There's been books that people have given, and I haven't really done that because doing a book, my brain isn't always on board with it. When you tell me to do a book, if I find a book, I'm like, ooh, I'll read the book. But I don't like doing chapter books because that could be very long, and it's not always easy to break. And there's not like a thing on Twitch where you can click the type that you're doing. Like if I want to do my reading, I always put it under ASMR. But then when it's ASMR, people might expect me to do triggers, so I have to do the triggers too. Oh, good, it's SCPs. I'm gonna still ramble the last bit of my thought though anyway. So I haven't really done just straight reading, and I wish there was, you could just choose, I'm just reading as the thing. And I feel like I think I should try that at some point where it's just straight reading a chapter book, but then I'm just an audiobook. And if it's an audition for an audiobook, I'd love to do that. Somebody hire me. I'd love to. I stumble, but you'd be able to get good footage. You could take two. I don't know. But anyway, we're even rambling. I'm gonna hum, and then we're gonna do tappy taps. Okay, here we go. For tomorrow night. Okay, drop them before tomorrow night. I don't know if I'll get around to them because I have a bit of a list, and our SCP list is longest. And Nuriakea, who we did our last story from, especially drops really long stories. So I don't know if we'll get to it, but yeah. Could always do what people like Dorian do. Read a chapter or two in completion, then engage with chat for a while, and then repeat. Yeah, but sometimes chapters are long, my guy. Might recommend a specific story from The King in Yellow, but mostly not books, just creepypasta and no sleep. Ah, yes. Well, I was thinking that that's probably all I'll read in October, so it sounds like a good thing. It's a good choice. Anyway, I know.
And still, they soldier on. Well, if that's how people like it, then I will try that. I should. Okay. I was humming. Jeez. Distractible raven. Okay, let's do humming. You're so excited, but I'm scared also. So much to do. I know. Okay. I'm tapping my collarbones while I'm talking because I'm trying to decide. Oh, as I swap songs and hydrate. I may need to break some hearts. It looks like I have to change my plans for next week. I don't know when I'll stream, but it looks like it'll be a different time or a different way of going about this. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Anyway. Oops, sorry. I may have to change all of that. Yike. Okay. What was the next song I was gonna do? Ah! Sorry. I apologize. That was like a very much jumbled, out of order, incorrect Danny Boy, but okay, close enough. Trying to pick my next story while I sing around here. So forgive me, I'm also not paying attention to any chat. I think I know that song we used to sing in church. Did something happen? Oh, I just bonked something. Was that the punch I asked for? I guess. Raven hit desk good. So I need some keys to keep paying attention. Okay. A little teaser there. You sillies. I think I've got my story, so I'll put that back and I'll do one more song before we move on to Tappy Tap, Sniff, Key, Scissors, and that's it. That's the cutoff. You can send more redeems. I'm likely to read a couple of more short stories, so we'll still get to all of them, but yeah, okay. That'll be it for this break, is what I mean. Okay, that was the end of our humming. Thank you for the follow, Kate Tempest. Let's drop some dances for Tempest. Little happy frog. Thank you, thank you. Oh, this isn't working. I don't know why it's not doing that right. Ah, the shrimp frying rice. I'm not shrimping. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just moving the mic up because for a different reason. I didn't get taller suddenly. No. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to say I had just said that I was gonna cut off the redeems. You may or may not have heard it. I'm gonna do your brushes at the next break. So after our next story, you will have your brushes. If you want them redeemed because you want them right now, I can refund them. Is what I'll say. But okay. So next is gonna be tappy taps, and then sniffs. I am still doing sniffs long. You can breathe. Keys and then scissors before break. Tappy taps. Here we go. We spent so long getting hardly any redeems, and then everybody's here, and it's like, redeem! It's like, oh my gosh. Here we go.
that was our little figurines. I'm glad that that is effective. I am learning. I should put those little guys up in the examples. I will grab my little notebook. We'll move over, move over. Yeah, there you go. And add that in. Not the tippies, but the tappies as well. There's too much. Okay. Wooden figurines. Taps. Okay. It is noted. And now we'll get to sniffs. Sniffs. Brace yourselves. You just showered. Since when does frigid smell clean? No. I called you stinky by default. Anyway, no, you're not late. I don't keep attendance. You're fine. There were sniffs. So now we have keys. And then scissors before we take our next story up. Okay. Yes. Keys. Here we go. I bonked you. There was keys. There you go. And that was very weird. But okay. There. Okay. Making sure everything's tidy for when we start up. Alright. Scissors. Scissor snips. Time to go. Here we go. Oh wait, and I was supposed to say, yes, you would have been a very sad goose, but you didn't, and so you're now happy waddling goose. Very good, very good. Frigid, why do you slap honk. Okay, you have 100% of my attention. Good. Love is still so bad. Keys at Emerald Lake. What do you have locked? A lock. Um, why is the love so mean? Our bot is just heartbroken. I don't get it. Okay, I got distracted. But here is scissor snips. I'll properly start now. Here we go. Ah, there we go. Now you fixed it. 92% and 61. Hey, that's still better. Yeah, you had like 54 was our highest for a long while. There you go. Oh, there's the love from Cage. 92 and 97. I just needed the mods to fix it. There you go. That's better, you guys. Alright. Okay. Scissor snips. Yes. Ha ha. No, it was being so pouty for a long time. Oh, there's better love. Okay. Sorry. I focus. Scissors. Here we go. There is our scissor snips. I see we've got more redeems. I will get to all of those at the next break because that was going to be our last one before the next story. So here we go. We're jumping in. Brain. We're jumping in with the next one, which is 6643 is what we're going to read. 6643. And I'll do the next redeems at the next break. I will break up the doubles into 2 separate breaks. I won't do them twice in a row. And if we're actually out of time, we've got to wrap up before the next break comes around, I will refund your stuffs. So yes. So here we go with SCP-6643. And ta-da! You say bingo? Was it yours? No, it's still nuriakea recommendation. And then we'll finally be out of nuriakea recommendations. Never. There's always more nuriakeas. We love it. Okay, so yes. Now we are reading SCP-6643. Ooh! Emotes only! Nuriakea. Did I say Nokia? Jeez. Nuriakea. It looks like we're doing emotes only. Rana wants me to focus for F's sake. Woohoo. So thank you, Fet, for setting that up for them. I'll go ahead and hit that is redeemed, and we'll jump in. You can be angry all you want, Fet, but we're focusing. Damn it. We begin. Before I get to any of the words, I think this is a snake in this photo. Anyway. I'll describe exactly why in a minute. Oh, well that, maybe it literally is. Anyway. Okay. SCP-6643, Level 2 Restricted.
Oh, I should have realized last time when I was like level and then it was like redacted, I should have realized there was a bunch of lines. In this new format, it adds this stuff. It is Area 21 section, a Magicia ad mundanum. So I think the point is that it's supposed to be magic related SCPs. I don't know, that's my guess. We are out of admonition with this story. But it is Containment Class Keter, Secondary Class Gleipnir, Disruption Class Vlam, VLAM, and Risk Class Danger. One of these little images looks like a dog with a bunch of lines in it and a star in its eye. So it looks like animal related. Hey, Frigid, here's a warning. First, you could have done that. Couldn't you have done that in emotes only? Oh no, you couldn't have sent it directly to Verana. You're abusing the trigger word. You know I can't say that. So I'm gonna take your ribbits, but I'm not gonna read them. Mwahaha. Don't abuse it during emote only. You cry because you deserve it. And now we have a photo of what looks like, back room or steam maintenance room, a bunch of pipes and stuff's all over, and there's a big old section right in front of us of pipe, and it looks like there's a boa constrictor, one of those big yellow babes that's all windy around. He's just hanging in the air, but also climbing up or down the pipe. And I say that because it's yellow in here, but it could be a different color. But the other part of this photo is that it's got layers and layers of it's messed up, it's duplicated, it's shaky, where there's doubles, you're seeing double. It's all tripped out and it's like a color effect on it, and it gives the impression that it's like double used photo. Like you took the photo and you took another photo on top of it. It's all, what is the word? Twice exposed, I think it is. And it says at the bottom, SCP-6643 during a containment breach at Site 43. I thought we were in Area 21. Oh my god. No. So it's looking kind of funky. Hi, Hintal. We're in emote only. I'm sorry. Has been redeemed. I will focus though. So we begin. Special containment procedures. If SCP-6643 is present, an esoteric materials handling incident is underway. Addressing said incident constitutes containment of SCP-6643. In the interim, personnel are advised to avoid contact with the subject. Okay, so don't touch this, but be prepared. Achromatic abatement personnel are encouraged to theorize on the origins of SCP-6643 to enable more proactive containment measures. And then we have a footnote that says, Gleipnir class anomalies defy standard categorization, posing dynamic containment challenges. Interesting. Description. SCP-6643 is an orange ectoplasmic pseudopod manifesting during any and all containment failures relating to the process of achromatic abatement. So if it's out, something else is out. Brain. What just happened? Well, I think I lost the brain cell. I don't know what happened. Anyways, the neutralization of anomalous byproducts is the acrobatic abatement, with both mass and actively level scaling to the incident's severity. Assessments of its cause, composition, and potential cognizance are difficult due to the extrinsic urgency of its manifestation. I'm like flying through words. I need to breathe. Urgency of its manifestation conditions, and the fact that no specimen has yet persisted beyond its triggering event. Achromatic abatement experts have colloquially termed this entity Vern. I like his name. A ways down, we have another photo, and this looks a little more pulled together. It's black and white photo. I see an old-timey gas mask looking thing on somebody. It's big cylinders of containment of something. Metal stairs up to a balcony where there's people. Like I said, old-timey mask on. There's some sort of wheel thing, and it looks kind of like a flame flickering, but also a weird... I don't even know how to... Like, it's I would describe it as a silk ribbon kind of looking thing, but it looks like the same as the flame. And I think that this is our Vern. So it kind of looks like a snake, but is not snake. Just kind of looks like just a little bit. Addendum 66431, Phenomenological Overview. The first recorded manifestation of SCP-6643 occurred at the headquarters of the Foundation-affiliated Achromatic Abatement Group, AAG, in 1921, what is today Treatment Area 21. Researchers were disposing of a large quantity of anomalous sulfur mustard (mustard gas) created by scientist Frederick Banting and enriched with thaumaturgic thickening particles imparting a resistance to changes in wind direction. So basically they were creating a mustard gas that would go directly where you sent it and not where the wind did, so you could never get blowback on yourself. Very concerning. A former Foundation researcher, Banting had developed this new compound in tandem with the Canadian federal government for use in the First World War, which we know because they did in 1918, armistice occurred before it could be deployed, and Banting reluctantly released it to the AAG for abatement. An undocumented corrosive quality led to containment breach, and the facility's ground level became flooded, which is a problem. Staff avoided chemical burns by retreating to raised gantries, while emergency ventilation systems absorbed the low-setting cloud. Because it spilled on the floor and it doesn't move with the air, it should stay on the ground. During the 20 minutes between the beginning and end of this process, personnel observed SCP-6643 exploring the facility and manipulating various pieces of equipment. Vern is having some fun. Oh, somebody got out. Let me go play. On-site security equipped with protective gear were able to photograph the entity before ventilation completed, at which point it immediately disappeared. And that is the photo I described. The first manifestation of SCP-6643 at Area 21. Area 21 Director Dr. Wynne Ridderick observed, I had the distinct impression it was searching for something. Some of my staff think it was seeking out the overflow release. They're divided on whether it was trying to keep us from suctioning off the gas or trying to help the process along. The fact that it vanished as soon as the floor was clear supports either conclusion in equal measure, unfortunately. Truly does. Are you wanting more escape, or are you wanting to help us? Unclear. In the early years of the Foundation's Achromatic Abatement Project were rife with accidents, mostly minor, some major. It was soon determined that the conditions for SCP-6643 manifestation were exceptionally loose. Even the most harmless release of esoteric vapors from containment could cause its appearance, if only in microscopic form. Its behavior remained inscrutable. On some occasions, it interacted with the esoteric discharge, while on others it focused on containment apparatus or pursued no clear goal at all. In no occurrence were on-site personnel able to locate the physical origin point of the pseudopod, and in any case, interaction with the anomaly was discouraged due to its unclear motivations and disposition. And then we have a little photo of a teeny tiny, clearly microscopic scale of something. We're looking through a lens, and it says SCP-6643 manifesting on a microscope slide. We have what looks like maybe scratches or hairs or something, a little blob thing, a little chunky little shape, And then something that looks like a worm with a bunch of stuff in its tummy. Looking like our guy Vern. During a containment breach at Site 43, which nearly killed Dr. Riderick, SCP-6643 was seen to absorb harmful effluents in the air. This expedited Dr. Riderick's extraction. Observing researcher Dr. Isaac Okuri speculated, "I know how this sounds, but I legitimately do think it was trying to help him. It was snapping this way and that, sucking in the effluvium, whatever. The motions of the tentacle were also circulating the air, even though we'd cut the flow off. And that in turn kept the stuff from sinking to the floor where Dr. Riderick was lying prone. I don't think he would have made it out had Vern not appeared. I realize we don't make directed use of anomalies, but it almost feels like this is an inbuilt defense mechanism against really harmful mishaps. I won't speculate beyond my security clearance level, of course, but ... I wouldn't be surprised to learn we developed this thing to help us." Nice thoughts, Isaac. This theory received the dubious honor of falsification, the only such case on record, during the single worst disaster in the history of achromatic abatement. Incident AAF-D-117 at Site 43 in 2002 involved the near-total loss of the Foundation's largest esoteric waste refinery in a cascade overflow scenario. This induced manifestation of the largest attested specimen of SCP-6643, which grasped junior researcher Reuben Worth and pulled him into the breached facility where he presumably met his demise. Now we've got a photo of a fuzzy-looking Site 43 structures and a big streak of this yellowy orange, kind of ghostly image. It's our guy Vern. And it says SCP-6643 during a containment breach at Site 43. Due to the counter-chronological material involved in this incident, now classified as SCP-5243, it recurs each calendar year and performs this action again. Dr. Adrian Zlata proposed an alternate theory while Site 43's chief of applied occultism in 2005. Maybe we've been going at this all wrong. Maybe it's neither a pre-existing entity nor some inherent component of handling disasters. It might instead be an esophysical embodiment of the concept of catastrophe, a reification of the chaos inherent to such events. It's possible that we'd see it cropping up in disasters of every sort if more disasters involved esoteric materials. The kind of stuff we work on at Acroabate might provide all the fuel it needs to manifest, whereas in your bog standard earthquake or volcano eruption or firestorm, it lurks invisibly at the conceptual threshold. I like your thoughts, Zlata. Interesting, compelling ideas. Dr. Zlata's essentially unfalsifiable suggestion was unpopular with his colleagues, and he was unable to acquire evidence to prove it before his death in an SCP-5243 event in 2015. Darn. Though subsequently resurrected in quintuplicate, also in an SCP-5243 event, each iteration of Dr. Zlata has strenuously declined to further explore anomalies of this nature. So after we died and came back, we were like, no, I don't want to touch it. Stop. Go away. Nuh-uh. Fair enough. Previously, didn't say previously, but this is previously. In 1995, achromatic abatement engineer Mbuka Rainier conducted a closed experiment in a series of diffused refinery tunnels associated with Site 91. Tubing seeded with denatured recondite material, harmless but resistant to containment within Euclidean geometry, generated the equivalent of an ongoing materials breach to which SCP-6643 immediately responded. The entity explored the tunnels for approximately 1 hour before vanishing, the only known case where it abandoned its efforts before the situation was fully resolved. Maybe because it knew it never would. This image, I see like fire hoses, spout, spin, looks like a fire extinguisher in the back, and a much brighter, like shinier orange, just dart, just a slash across the photo. So this time Vern was very skinny and sharp looking and shiny instead of very soft, ethereal like he has done. I'm giving it a he pronouns, but I don't need to. Anyway, Engineer Rainier was pleased with the results of this experiment. And then a quote from Rainier. Now we know it definitely wants something, and it's definitely possessed of some form of sentience. Either it's trying to determine whether or not a leak is legitimate, and it took off because this one wasn't, or it's trying to use the leaking material to achieve some obscure purpose, and determine that this slow leak wasn't going to get it there. Sure, it'd be lovely if those weren't diametrically opposed theories, but we take what we can get. Further proposed theories on the origin of SCP-6643 include: first, each manifestation is a different appendage for an extra-dimensional cephalopod or eukaryotic cell. Second, each manifestation represents the serpent of the Wanderer's library, reaching into baseline reality searching for occult knowledge. Third, each manifestation is the same time-lost entity orienting itself chronologically via events with high concentrations of anachronic particles, as occur in esoteric materials breaches. Or finally, each manifestation is the same manifestation, and differences in its activity can be attributed to alterations in the shape of space-time in the interim. Site-43's present Chief of Applied Occultism, Dr. Udo Okuri, made the following remarks at the AAG's annual gala in Vienna on 22nd April 2022. I can think of no compelling reason beyond departmental tradition to suggest that these occurrences represent sightings of a single persistent entity. I am equally unconvinced that the answer to this conundrum is so narratively appealing as "they want to help us," or "it's Cthulhu looking for dinner," or "it's a wacky time travel thing." Everyone has their pet explanation, and I'm not innocent. I sometimes like to think that what we're seeing is the anomalous equivalent to carcinization, wherein nature repeatedly attempts to evolve things into crabs. 6643 is just paranature trying, in magic-rich environments, to evolve a spectral octopus. Call it tendrilization if you like. But I have to admit, I'll be more than a little miffed if I turn out to be correct. If that's the explanation we've been waiting for all these years, any explanation is going to be something of an anticlimactic. Oh my gosh, my brain. If that's what we've been waiting for all these years, any explanation is going to be something of an anticlimax, isn't it? Unless it's something truly spectacular, and experience tells me that that's not often how reality works. Every researcher at the AAG saw this thing, Vern, the first time it appeared. That means everyone who's ever worked in acroabate has known about it, has thought about it, has wondered where it came from and what it wants. It was an unsolved problem when Rhetoric disappeared in 66. It was an unsolved problem when I started back in 2001. It might still be an unsolved problem when I'm gone. If it's not, if we finally figure it out, I'll be ecstatic. It's a puzzle, an enigma, and the scientific process exists to identify, work through, and clear those up wherever possible. If I'm around to see the end to this one, I'll either drink a toast to whoever solved the mystery or take a deep bow myself. And in either case, I will nevertheless be very, very deeply disappointed. And it's all wrapped up. This is the end of it. That's that's the last of it. With another, this time he's looking a little pinker. Weird little worm in time. SCP-6643 during a containment breach at Site 43. And this is one where it's just, the image is exposed 500 times. There's a billion lines and colors just all over the place. This is looking like one of the last bad ones of that big Site 43 recurrence explosion-y time. But there's our Vern, clear as day, wriggling around. But the end. So now release them from jail and let's get to triggers. I am releasing them from the jail. If it will let me. Twitch, why are you being weird? I clicked the button. There you go. I don't know what that was about. Rigid. Little jail. You're free now. Where is that? We're starting with brushes. So here we go. Well, now I don't want to talk. Oh, you little pouty. You pouty little dudes. Well, we're going to start with brushes. And then we're going to go back to Kalimba. I'll do one of the Rage Puffs. And I'm not going to do that one. Did the little break. And if you have other ones, humming again. We'll do humming then. Adjustment. Here we go with brushes. Gotta take off the fuzzy. Stop moving. Let me grab. You're naked. Alright, here we go. There is our brushes. I'm putting the fluff back on. I'm going to turn down the volume. Oh, it's lower than I thought it was. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm back. And now we're going to go to Kalimba again. I can't. Oh? James Earl Jones? No! Why you gotta make us depressed, Frigid? Jeez. Gotta make us sad. Lost Darth Vader. Jeez. Which, when I say it that way, doesn't sound very good. But I mean, like, come on. You know what I mean. Let's pull out the Kalimba. Where'd you go, Kalimba? Kong. Kong sings. Here we go. In the boop. Alright. Sound like the Grim Reaper had the high ground. I guess this time, yes. Alright, here we go. Such a clumsy person.
It seems I'm not meant to play that song very well. So I will go to one more, and this will be the last one for this trigger. Nope. That's it. There we go. Okay. Practice does make perfect. I'll keep going and keep going. But knowing me, I'll never be perfect. I'll always have a little clumsy stumble. And if you don't like that, then go bug a professional kalimba player, okay? I'm not... Okay. What? No, brain? Oh my gosh. One more time. Last time I restart, if I have to restart again, I just give up. That's close enough. That was chaos, but I did it. Ah! Okay, so I'll rage buff, I'll hum, and I'll sharpen my mic arm, and then we go back to the next story. And that'll be the last story of the night. Wahoo! Weirdly, I was looking through. Sometimes when I'm prepping the next SCP story, I'll grab a thing. I'll grab the link, I'll open it, and then ready to go. And for whatever reason, I had one that wasn't on my story shared list. I don't know how I got this story on the list, but it's ready for me to read. And I'm like, what the heck? So I think we'll do that one instead of one of the recommended, because I feel like it's probably one that got recommended, but I didn't write it down in the stream. So I ooped, you know. But anyway, I'll try it. But okay, we still got Rage Puff, Humming, and Mic Arm before I wrap up. And I need Frigid and the Honk to rock, paper, scissors on who gets their points back, because I'm only doing one of your Rage Puffs. And I'm leaning towards giving Frigid the points back because LaHonk redeemed first. You guys can go ahead and fight while I prep for mic arm sharpening. That's what I'll do. It's out of order. How dare I? Deal with it. Give my points. You want your points back? Unless Frigid says nothing, I will do that. But if Frigid wants to fight you, then we'll have to fight.
I'm gonna prep for mic arm sharpening. Ah, deja vu. Fight, fight. Oh no. Okay, frigid. Long. Time for you to both roll if you haven't rolled. If you have rolled, I'll roll a dice for you. So, frigid. Lahonk. Roll. Fight to the death. I'm getting 1k on frigid. We could put a gamba up, Fet, if you want to put a gamba up. I'm gonna do mic arm sharpening, and you guys are gonna do what you're gonna do in the chat. Okay. Lahonk rolls first. It's tense. I'm gonna do the mic arm. I'm just gonna focus. I'm gonna stay in my lane. Okay. I feel like this is the wrong And that was our sharpening. I'm gonna move back. Oh, it's birthday. I'm gonna try to fix it. Okay, I'm back. And I see that Lahonk has lost. So I'm refunding frigid points. It's true. Lahonk, you probably would have won. You would have gotten that 18. He would have gotten the one. You're gonna try and roll again? You can't roll. Not on the air. That's not how that works. There's a cooldown. But if you pass me 20 bucks, I'll roll my own dice and consider it. Ah! I'm gonna see what you would have rolled. Oh, it's a 15. Still wouldn't have beat him. Okay. You won by 1. Cage rolled a 1 as well. Oh no. You guys. Fet rolled an 8. Oof. Ugh. Okay, you guys are a mess. Point is, here comes rage puffing care of Lahonk. Lahonk. I don't think I've ever rolled so low. Well, welcome to the Losers Club. Lesson is to only roll for oneself, I guess, so. Okay. Here is rage puffing. If you don't know what it is, there's a command to tell you all about it. Yeah. The scratchies were surprisingly nice. Some like nails on a chalkboard. Oh no, it's a pair of scissors on my metal mic arm, but it used to be a different thing, and I feel like I need to replace the scissor choice for it better, because it used to sound a little bit different. I need to make a different plan. When I got the new mic, things changed a little bit, but I'll figure it out. Okay, rage puffing. Anger time. Here we go. Michael Jackson. No, Shader. It's my rage puff. What do? I've had to explain it enough times that we made a command for it. Oh, get out of all caps. What the heck? What have I done? There you go. Oh, well, there you go. One of us. I think it's Rage Puff instead of Rage Puffing. Either way, there's your explanation. And we're going to wrap up our trigger time with humming again. So here we go. What do we want? Was that Chewbacca? What was? What sounded like Chewbacca? What the hell? I'm pretty sure not my humming. That you're not saying that, are you? Cause what the heck, fridge? Wow. Okay, rude. Where did that come from? Oh. I say that was our humming. Da da da. So we have one more story that we'll do. It's being a little bit funky junk. Everything's being kind of delayed when I scroll on it. I hope it is a bit easier once I actually get started reading it. But this looks like an interesting one. It looks like there's like a little figurine that is the SCP. We're getting a lot more specific and physical now instead of so overall or something that affects the people. It's just, and they become the thing. I like it when it's just this animal or this item every now and then. It's good. Okay. I thought we were gonna do the one that I couldn't find a spot in my list for, but then I realized maybe it was a link from one of the other stories. At which point, no, I'm not going to read it. Not right now. Okay, so it is SCP-5416. Brain. I'm gonna hydrate. Yeah. Okay. And here we go. Oh my gosh, my voice, of course, still sounding funky. Okay. All right. So this one is SCP-5416, Level 2, Restricted, Containment Class, Neutralized. So it's no longer around. Special Containment Procedures. In the unlikely event that SCP-5416 still exists, its recontainment will not become necessary for approximately 5 billion years. And there's a little photo, SCP-5416 pre-neutralization. It looks like a very, an oblong carving of a cat or a dog. You know, it's got a little snout, forward ears, eyes, front paws. But I can't tell much beyond that. It's in a red stoner wood with some black on the sides, looking like the animal spots, so I'm leaning cat, but uncertain. We have archived containment procedures that I'll open up and read those. So way back when, before it was neutralized, this is what they said. SCP-5416 must be stored in an opaque container with an electronic combination lock in Safe Class Lockup 7 at Site 43. Individuals chosen to operate SCP-5416 must be amnesticized of their short-term memory immediately before operation, with targets and destinations suggested to them by a third party. Ooh, targets. Oh my gosh. SCP-5416 must not be handled by sapient beings unless immediate use is intended, and all users must score in the top 20th percentile on the Foundation Standardized Ideation Scale, with a footnote that says the FSIS measures one's ability to form and focus on mental images. This is making it seem whoever uses it, it attacks whatever you're thinking of, and so it's very important to have a very specific target in case of thinking and it goes after something that you're not intending, as well as sending it after accidentally after what you just did, what you remember walking in. You need to have a very specific thought. That's probably why you have to amnesticize. Okay, security clearance level 3 plus personnel from the quantum supermechanics section of Site 43 must be present for all testing of SCP-5416. The SCP-5416 file must not depict it graphically. Oh, well, oops, we see it. And individuals familiar with its appearance are forbidden to operate it. Oh, well, now we gotta see it. We can't do it. So that was what they used to do it, but now it's all neutralized. And so now, description. SCP-5416 was a statuette of unknown origin and material composition. An individual holding SCP-5416 in their hand was capable of translocating any object of which they were aware to any location of which they were also aware. Oh, so they could move things. That's what it's about. The mechanism by which this occurred was not determined before the object's neutralization. Leading theories include thaumaturgical transmission, quantum teleportation, and universal realignment. The following hand-carved engraving appeared on the base of the statuette. I don't know if it was in English or not, but either way it said, "Everything in its place." So I'm a little confused why you had to neutralize it just because it could move things, but that does still, you know, if you thought about, oops, the moon and my wife in bed this morning. Oops. Oh, don't want to make those match anymore. That would either way be very bad. Alright. Addendum 54161. Discovery. SCP-5416 abruptly appeared in an empty containment chamber at Site 43 on 06/10/2016. I don't know, June 10th, October 6th. The dates are inconsistent in this world. Anyway. A single yellow post-it note was attached, providing only vague hints as to its origins. Forensic analysis revealed no biological evidence on either the statuette or the note. The source of the clipped text remains unidentified, as does the inked symbol. And there's a photo below, and it shows it. And I think it is pretty weird that you would clip words to put on a sticky note. But okay. And here it is. It says, "You take it. Too danger us. Got into a fight and sent my boyfriend to the Challenger deep. Didn't like what I got back. Period. Good luck. Period." And then all of those, punctuation included, was clipped. But then at the end, there's the little doodle. So it looks like there's a plus sign in the center, and then a semicircle on the right that kind of wraps around the ends of the plus, and then a semicircle on the left that wraps around the ends of the right semicircle, and then a bigger semicircle on the right that wraps around that last left semicircle, and finally a semicircle on the left that wraps around the left of the ends of the right semicircle. So just overlapping semicircles around a plus sign. Preliminary testing determined SCP-5416's anomalous qualities, explaining the contents of the note. No further information on its provenance has been uncovered. Addendum 54162 and the appended notice below have been retained unaltered for archival and instructional purposes. So if you ever things come back, this is what we have from last time. The instructions. Addendum 54162. Usage instructions. SCP-5416 may be utilized to translocate matter via the following process. 1. The user holds SCP-5416 in their hand. 2. The user focuses their mind on a specific object. 3. The user focuses their mind on a specific location. The targeted object will then immediately disappear from its present location and reappear in the specified location. The user may abort this sequence by relinquishing SCP-5416. So as long as they let go. And then as they said, the also attachment for instructional purposes. The other one. Notice from the Site 43 Quantum Supermechanics section. As outlined above, only this section may authorize testing of SCP-5416. SCP-5416 will select the first item the user ideates as the target and the first location the user ideates as the destination. Second-guessing these decisions can only be safely accomplished by resetting the entire process, and as matter translocation begins the instant a location is chosen, the user's mind therefore must be completely free of external stimuli. Only QS, Quantum Supermechanics, is equipped to provide the environment required to ensure a safe test. All of that from Dr. Shinyi-do, Chair, Quantum Supermechanics. And then we've got a third addendum, experiment logs, selected ones, not all of them. I appreciate that they specified this time, because in previous SCPs they'll say like, here's the logs, but it's like 1, 17, 37. Like it just jumps for no reason. Okay, so it says testing under the direction of Dr. Shinyi-do revealed no upper limit to the size of the objects which SCP-5416 could translocate, nor the distance over which they could be made to travel. Considerable flexibility in what classified as an object was also noted. Experiments to determine whether the object possessed anomalous resistance to damage. I'm guessing when they say object this time, they mean the little figure. Okay, resistance damage were scheduled for September of 2016, but for reasons detailed below, could not be carried out. So they were gonna test if it could be damaged or not, but oops, too late. But here we go. We begin with experiment 5416RE14. And for the rest of these, I'm just going to say that last number, 14, and so on. And there'll be 18 and 28 and more. So experiment 14 on 08/18/2016. So that last date was June 10th, and now we are August 18, 2016. Target, 2 grams of caramel. Destination, chocolate shell, hollow. Oh, this is cute. We're making some snacks. Anyway. Rationale. SCP-5416 appears to somehow compensate for imprecision in its user's target and destination images. It should therefore be possible to target a space which has not actually been observed by the user, but has been described to them. Observations. The caramel was translocated into the chocolate shell. Consumption of the combined confection by D-class personnel resulted in no adverse reactions. Probably not how Nestle does it, but it does work, Dr. Du said. So they basically made a Rolo and fed it to a D-class personnel. I don't know if D-class personnel was the one who did it. I can't imagine they were like, yeah, you jailbird, you're going to be the one that wields this quantum mechanic terrifying machine thing. But okay. Fun. Can you imagine you're the D-class about to probably be murdered in various ways, and they assign you to this, and I know now that they just like reuse the poor person, but you think that you're like, oh, I just get a little treat. Glad I chose this over execution. Yeah, you'll still die. Anyway, okay. Experiment 18. Date August 27, 2016. 08/27/2016. Target, 1 ton of anomalous esoteric material at Site 91 in Yorkshire, England. That's where Site 91 is, okay. Destination, Achromatic Abatement Facility AAFC at Site 43 in Ontario, Canada. Rationale. SCP-5416 could be used to facilitate the transfer of dangerous effluents from Foundation installations worldwide to Site 43's dedicated processing plants. I mean, it works. Observations. Translocation was technically successful. Oh, oops. The quote here is, oops, air displacement. 1 imploded container at 91, 1 very messy exploded one at 43. Greater care is needed, Dr. Du. So they should have been more specific to take the container. I don't know why they didn't think container, but anyway. Next. Experiment 28. Date 08/31/2016. August 31st, 2016. Target SCP-5162-A. You're gonna move a SCP? Jeez. Destination, Security and Containment Section, Site 43. Ooh. Rationale. SCP-5162-A's geographical location cannot be determined, but individuals who have encountered it have supplied photographic evidence of its appearance. It should be possible to translocate the object into containment piece by piece using SCP-5416. This does not sound good. They're taking apart an SCP piece by piece, is the plan. That's concerning. But then I know that this is a long thing, so this does not go well. Observations. A temporary loss of focus on the part of the activating agent and a disastrous attempt to refocus resulted in the translocation of the entire underground security and containment section entire compound by 1 meter south-southwest. The resultant structural damage was near catastrophic. Though no subjects breached containment as a result, plans to return the section to its original position are on hold as Dr. Du has temporarily suspended all use of SCP-5416. I don't know how you do that, but then our note from Dr. Du, I'm calling O5 tomorrow. I want a moratorium on this thing until we can find test subjects with extremely precise mental control. Now there's an addendum 5416 incident report. So this is a separate thing. I'm guessing that this is where the thing is no longer able to be tested its use, but I don't know. On 1st of September 2016, I guess right after that chaos, Agent Pascal Pandev arrived at Site 43 with orders from O5 for unrestricted, unescorted access to SCP-5416. 5 minutes after he entered the containment chamber, Agent Pandev activated the containment breach alarm. Ooh. Security and containment section personnel discovered Agent Pandev alone in the chamber. SCP-5416 could not be located. After communication with Overwatch Command, Dr. Shinyi Du conducted an interview with Agent Pandev. Interview log. Agent P. Okay. Date. 1st of September 2016. Investigating Agent Dr. X Du. Shinyi Du. Chair, Quantum Supermechanics. I'll just go Du and Pandev is how I'll refer to them. That's what you've got in response, a little dancy bird? We need a platypus emote. Okay. I'll call them Pandev and Du here. Pandev. This detainment is irregular. Du. You know what else is irregular? Our entire security and containment section. We were going to fix it with the object you just somehow poofed into non-existence. Pandev. I don't know what happened, honestly, but you're out of line. I have orders from O5. What do you mean you have... Did O5 ask you to get rid of this? Damn. Du. Did they even see the last test update? I just slapped a warning notice on the file when the director told me you were already in the chamber. And anyway, I've read your orders from O5. They don't say anything about disposing of an SCP object. Pandev. I didn't dispose of it. I tried to use it following your instructions and it disappeared. Du. The orders don't say what you were actually planning to use it for. Pandev. That's classified level 5. It's highly sensitive. Du. We've been in touch with Overwatch. They cleared you to speak. And then there's sensitive material redacted. So whatever that was is redacted. Can't have it in the file. Pandev. Okay, your credentials are in order. Well, a few weeks back, SCP-179 detected a potential impactor in extrasolar space. That's, Du interrupts, an asteroid that might hit us. Yes, I know. Obviously, I know. Pandev. Fine. O5 had several plans for dealing with it. This one made the top of the list because of its potential paramilitary applications, let's say. Du. Go on. Pandev. I'm an astrophysicist. I've been trained to visualize cross-sections of space from memory in preparation for this. Overwatch was really hoping it would work out. Could have been a real boon if we need to defend Earth from outside influences at range. Du. You're talking circles around the point. How are you going to stop this asteroid with 5416? Pandev. I was supposed to pick up 5416, picture the asteroid to target it, and picture the sun to send it here. Send it there. Silence on recording. Du. What? Pandev. I was supposed to send the asteroid into the sun to destroy it. Imagine if we could just want something to be in the sun and it would be there. All those awful skips we can't get rid of, just gone for at least 5 billion years. That's how long the sun's supposed to last for, right? That was the idea. We could also use it to recapture escape skips or detain person of interest. Endless possibilities. Silence on recording. Pandev. I still don't know what went wrong. I was very careful. Agent Pandev shifts in his seat. Dr. Du is breathing deeply. Pandev. They dropped this OP in my lap. Sorry, they dropped this op. Brain. They dropped this op in my lap at the last possible second, and I was freaking out a little. The pressure to succeed, I couldn't get the image of that weird little red dildo out of my head. That's not what it is. I went over the steps a million times on the flight over. I came into the room. I opened the box. I picked the thing up. I pictured the asteroid. I pictured the Dr. Du says, you'd seen an image of 5416 before you used it. Pandev, of course. It was in my briefing material. This was top secret, so I needed to have as much info as possible, keep everyone else out of the loop. Dr. Du, you're not supposed to see the object before you use it. Pandev, why? Du, you're not supposed to why the Conprox. You're not supposed to see the object before you use it because then you might already be thinking about it when you pick it up. Pandev, so I still thought about the asteroid. Dr. Du, it doesn't matter. 5416 picks up on the first object you think about and you can't reset it without putting it back down. You were thinking about 5416 when you picked it up. You were picturing it in your stupid head and you set it as the target to be transported. Agent Pandev's jaw drops. Agent Pandev, and then I sent it to the sun. Silence on recording. Agent Pandev, so that's gone then. Dr. Du, you think? Silence on recording. Pandev, all read at my report. It could have been worse. Silence on recording. Dr. Du, yes. It could have fucking been worse. Pandev, what? Dr. Du, you could have brought the fucking sun here. Like I said, bringing the moon into your bedroom. Oh! Oops. This is why you read the file. This is why you follow the instructions. This is why we have the freaking papers. Dr. Du is about to strangle someone. Follow the freaking procedures. God damn it, Agent P. Pandev, you fucking idiot. Oh. It says it very clearly at the top, doesn't it? Didn't it say it very clearly in their instructions? You have to be removed of your thoughts, of your recent thoughts, and you can't have seen it before. I could have swore that was like one of the first rules that it had. Oh well. Oops. Well, that was our SCPs tonight. Thank you for listening. We're gonna prep and raid out now, 'cause it's time. Let's see. My brain. I know we'd probably just get moved around immediately, but you know who I want to go to. Yeah. I do. I want to go to Vi. I see a few friends, of course, already. Yes. It's we never raid Vi, so I want to try it. She probably gonna leave. She's probably not gonna stay, but we're gonna do it, okay? So copy your raid messages. We're gonna go over to Vi. I'm excited. And for the first time, I'm not gonna send the first message. I'm gonna let you guys send the messages. Yeah, let's get this started. Thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate it. We're gonna go visit my friend Vi. She's great. She's a wood elf witch. So yeah, we're gonna have fun. You're gonna stay cozy, and she's probably not gonna stay up that long and then raid you guys again, but I feel like I gotta say hi. I gotta do it. Hi, Mask. You're just headed out for the raid to Vi. Hello. Hi, Darkstorm. Yeah, what your hood? Hey.
you're gonna go say hi to Vi. It's not a terrible idea. But yeah, here we go. Um, I'm excited. Yay! All right, but thank you. Oh yeah, Brain. I'll be on tomorrow, same time. Next week is gonna be different, significantly, because I even have to change what days I'm streaming now. But anyway, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! We're raiding. We're raiding. We're going to buy. Ba 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 ba.